Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Flags in the wrong spot.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. We will now enter into public session. The time is now 7:06. Would anyone like to speak before the City Council?
Roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm gonna just do the roll call real quick. Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Molly Garthwaite, Council at Large, present.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Brian Locks, Council at Large, present.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan, First District here.
Councilwoman Michelle Coletti,
Councilwoman Michelle Coletti, Second District, present.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Councilwoman Sarah Corrali, for district present.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Councilman Gary Donovan, 4th District, present.
okay. Councilman Edward McMillan,
Councilman Edward McMillan, 5th District, present.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan, 6th District, present.
and Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker, 7th District, present.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Councilman Christopher Vargo, 8th District, present.
Councilwoman Katie Muller is absent, Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Councilman Stephen Johnstone, 10th District, present.
and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal, present.
So we have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll enter into public session. And the time is 7:08. Would anyone like to speak before the City Council? Please.
This one or that one? Hi. Am I in the right mic?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Ellen Corso. I live at 88 White Street in West Haven, Connecticut. Is that all the info I need to give you before I start? Okay. I want to begin by reading a definition of the word cronyism. The appointment of friends and associates to positions of authority without proper regard to their qualifications. If you consult the ARPA project tracker, which I have here, as of August 2023, $500,000 was designated for the arts in West Haven. Since before Mayor Boer was elected and after Mayor Boer was elected, none of that money has been distributed. A month ago, Mayor Boer said she would be presenting a contract regarding arts ARPA funding. That contract has just been delivered today. The funds have apparently been whittled down by approximately 70%. That's quite a drop from $500,000 that's on this schedule. And apparently, this funding will be overseen by a blue ribbon panel that the mayor intends to appoint. Why is it necessary for Mayor Boer to appoint a blue ribbon panel on the arts in West Haven? To me, this stinks of the kind of cronyism our city has become famous for, and I frankly don't trust it. What will the qualifications for this panel be? Will it be composed of seasoned artists, actors, dancers, and musicians? Or will it be a group of obsequious sycophants? I say this because as a citizen of West Haven, I'm angry, and my trust has been shaken. I hope I'm just being paranoid. I hope everyone has the best interest of the citizens and the artists of West Haven in mind. But the citizens of West Haven have already had a long-promised art center ripped from our lives by an unelected official who decided it wasn't a profitable idea. My trust has been tarnished, and our city has a reputation of nepotism and cronyism. There are citizens in our city who have already been working tirelessly, diligently, and may I add thanklessly, to create a vibrant art scene and promote spaces and events for an art presence in our city. And may I add, they've been doing it for years. Why should their hard work be placed, okay, what I would like to ask the council to explore is why a blue ribbon panel guided by Mayor Borer is necessary and who will be on it.
Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else like to speak before the city council?
Ken Carney, Chair of the ARPA Committee. The federal guidelines require that a 501c3 receive funds from ARPA for arts funding. We don't have a 501c3 in West Haven who can receive the funding. We put it out to bid. We went to New Haven. New Haven has a 501c3, the New Haven Arts Council, and they're charging 7% of every dollar to run arts programs in West Haven. What I believe the mayor has done is save 7% of that money by creating a panel of local residents, directing how the money will be spent on arts, compliant with ARPA regulations and guidelines, and that 7% will go back into the community. And that's what we're talking about here. It's nice to say we've been working hard, and they have, and that we have all this going on, but if you don't have the paperwork, if you don't have the 501c3, you cannot receive a dime of arts funds. And I believe the mayor has found a workaround to keep the money in West Haven at a lesser cost to us on the ARPA side. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else like to speak before the city council? For the second time, would anyone like to speak before?
Hi, Bonnie Posick, 107 East Avenue. I am just here for a request, and that is that the gates at Morse Park be locked in the evening, through the night, and into the following day when construction again starts at the tides. At this point, anyone can drive through there at any time, day or night, and people have left construction materials there over the weekend. And we're not happy about it, and we were promised that those gates were going to be locked, and they're not. And I would like that to make sure that somebody sees that that's done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Wait, absolutely.
Dale Isola, 90 Honey Pot Road. The first thing I have to ask is something my husband wants to know, Jurgen. He wants to know about the boat ramp. Is the boat ramp, like we have 2 boat ramps for the smaller vehicle? I don't know too much about boating, I'll be honest with you. There's a smaller one that's on near First Avenue, and then his concern is the one that's over in, where that bridge is and everything, where the bigger boats are. He was wondering, we thought there was a grant for that. I'm not 100% sure if there was a grant, but we were just wondering if that was ever going to open up for the bigger boats. That's where he would like to, because he has boats. The second one is, well, that was Jurgen's question. The second one is my question. And my question is Public Works. When you call them, there are a lot of times they don't answer the phone. In fact, I call them, and then I called Mayor Borer's office, and the person who was very nice, he transferred me over to Public Works. They never answered, so I called back the mayor's office, and I said they never answered. So this happens a lot, and this happened well before your administration. I don't want to, it happened a lot, where, they didn't answer the phones. And then a couple of them who are the managers there, or the manager, he even said to me, well, here's my phone number, call me and leave a message. And I did, and I never got a reply. So I was just wondering if somebody can check that out. Just have somebody answer the phones, because there's questions that the residents, like myself or other people, have. And it's kind of like really disheartening when you call and nobody answers the phone. That's all I have to say. Thank you, and sorry.
Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else like to speak before the city council for the second time? Would any, Michelle?
Sorry, I'm back away. Hi, everyone. So, let me put my glasses on because I cannot see what I said.
Heather, name and address.
Heather Shea, 91 Rockefeller Avenue. I don't often speak, so sorry. Bear with me. So during new business at the last meeting, at the end of the meeting, Councilwoman Garthwaite brought up the idea of a city initiative to come together to help out in an outreach to residents who need assistance with small tasks. I just kind of wanted to follow up on that because there were several recent instances of community members, and I'm sure tomorrow, who requested on social media things like assistance with shoveling, other small tasks that they're just unable to perform due to disability, age, etc. And at recent meetings, of course, our neighbors have spoken about different needs for community cleanups. And I was just thinking, you know, this is something I've always thought about. One of the things our city is so great about is helping our own when they're in need. So in conversations with Councilwoman Garthwaite and Councilman Vargo in separate times in the recent months about different topics, when we work together to try to get assist for residents of need, we've kind of talked about different things. And it's made me think, and I've kind of done some research. But before I continue, I just want to be clear that I am an elected member of the Board of Education, but I'm speaking as me, resident of West Haven. So after the last council meeting, I sent an email to Councilwoman Mueller, CCing Councilwoman Garthwaite and Councilman Vargo after hearing those comments. And I really wanted to sort of echo her comments because I really agree with this. This is something I've always been passionate about, helping others. I believe also this is a shared passion of many of us. So I just wanted to reach out and say there's many great groups in the city that are focused on helping our neighbors. Do Good Feel Good, West Haven United, Beautify West Haven, Sandy Point Neighborhood Association, and large groups like Places of Worship, Scouts, others who focus on volunteering in our community. And one thing that all organizations struggle with is getting volunteers, and from limited manpower comes difficulty to coordinate efforts and help one another. So I'm just up here laying out as a jumping off point because I've given this a bit of thought and done a bit of researches in regards to this. There's several local municipalities that organize community outreach at the city level, and I just thought I'd share a handful of them to look at. New Milford, for example, while they advertise for volunteers on boards and commissions, they also have volunteer applications in the health department, social services, CERT teams, and more. Stamford has Citizen Services Corps. Windsor, social services, organized community volunteers. There's obviously some barriers to consider at city level: liability, conflict with identified paid jobs descriptions. But I just thought I would throw out the idea that I'd like to propose all elected officials work together to coordinate this through an outreach committee. Select a community outreach coordinator. This can all be coordinated with all city departments, and just food for thought. My place of employment does give employees 8 hours of volunteer time off as a, encourage volunteerism. Be a nice benefit for city employees. There is a natural partnership with the Board of Education, public school system as well, because there's a volunteer requirement for graduation. Another function of the committee could even be brainstorming ideas for issues facing the residents of our city, such as homelessness, food insecurity, etc., and working with the departments and commissions tackling these issues. However this is coordinated, obviously, very specific tasks should be defined as covered in the city-supported outreach to limit liability and consider different jobs that are covered by existing paid employees. I would also propose that the volunteers assigned out by the city only be assigned to private property. This would not be for city cleanups. However, that being said, the community outreach committee coordinator for the city would be able to help existing groups get involved with these types of things and send volunteers to these groups. This would help local organizations have increased access to volunteers and have even a city liaison. I would suggest a very specific process, such as the use of a volunteer application, as well as a referral process for identified community needs, and maybe also a way for the organizations in the city that are already existing, there's so many of them, Westies Care, things that I haven't even mentioned, to collaborate along with the city and just build up a natural collaboration. And in closing, I just want to say that there is a natural tie-in with this type of community outreach to the governor's and lieutenant governor's recent announcement regarding their social connection campaign to combat loneliness and social isolation in Connecticut. That's going to facilitate collaborations with interagencies, foster greater social connection, raise awareness of existing and newer efforts by the state agencies improving social connection, and working with partners all across beyond state government. And however it's done, I believe it would be a great city initiative. If you end up looking for an outreach member, sign me up.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else like to speak before the city council for the second time?
Stephen Mullins, 22 Oak Road in Allentown. First of all, I just want to make a very good and positive comment regarding Public Works. So this morning, I'm driving north on Campbell Avenue through downtown, and I see two gentlemen wearing hooded sweatshirts with wording on the back that I really couldn't see, but I could see what they were doing. And they were picking up litter with their little litter picker-uppers. So I was in shock. I'm like, well, what volunteer group is this? Oh, and I immediately made a turnaround because I couldn't see the wording in the back of the sweatshirts. And it said West Haven Public Works. What do you know? Now, under normal circumstances in other municipalities, it's not a big deal because you expect that out of your Public Works Department. But for decades, that has not necessarily been the case in West Haven. So thank you, Mayor Bohr, and I sent you a text about the thank you earlier today. I have not seen anyone from Public Works, administration after administration. Actually, I didn't even think during your husband's administration, because I remember cleaning up some stuff too back then, actually picking up litter in the downtown area. Not doing it downtown, not doing other parts too. So I have a list of other places for you to send them to as well. Okay?
Sure you do.
All right. So thank you, Mayor, for actually getting the ball rolling with that, because I drove downtown West Haven today to get here, tonight, rather, and the streets were clean. And that is very, very unusual for downtown West Haven. And it's the biggest complaint that I got from the merchants around here as I canvassed merchants over the last fall, was the lack of cleanliness in downtown. Because how are we going to promote anyone coming to open up a business downtown if we can't even give them decent curb appeal? Which it is also their problem too, because everyone who has a business downtown or anywhere in town should, from time to time, clean up in front of their own areas. And people of West Haven and people who come into West Haven should not be littering in the first place. So it is indeed a community effort, not just Public Works, but I am glad that Public Works has now finally stepped up to the plate. On behalf of the Black Heritage Committee that I'm chair of, I want to take this opportunity to point out to you that our Woman of the Year, or Person of the Year, I should say, is your former colleague, Robin Watt Hamilton, which is on the second page of last week's West Haven Voice. The ceremony will take place on the 29th at the Harriet North Courtroom on the second floor of this building at 11 o'clock, and you are all welcome to come and encourage that you do come. This year is a first for us. The award name has been changed from African American Citizen of the Year to the Ernestine Jackson Citizen of Distinction Award. And for those who don't know, Ernestine Jackson was a founding member of the Black Heritage Committee, along with myself and the late along with myself and Beulah Johnson in 1996, and she was a longtime member of the Board of Health in the city of West Haven and active in so many affairs in West Haven. She is certainly, it's great to honor her with this, with naming this award after her for her so many years of service in West Haven and the region in general. Mrs. Jackson passed away at age 96 last April. So hope to see you all there for that. That is the 29th, which is a Thursday. Yeah, we get an extra day of Black History Month this year, so we're going to take advantage of it. So it's on the 29th at 11 o'clock in the Harriet C. North Room, and there'll be lunch following in the lower level. On the subject of Board of Health, I also want to take this opportunity to thank the previous speaker, Mrs. Shea, for her service on the Board of Health, and she's now on the Board of Education, so she's moved on, and I am speaking on behalf or in favor of the two individuals you have here listed on your agenda to replace Mrs. Shea as well as Mrs. Waterfield, and that is Aaron Sherman and Celia Penzi, respective. Aaron Sherman has a doctorate in nursing. She works for Harvard Healthcare. Lifelong Westie. She will add a great deal of knowledge to the Board of Health, as well as Celia Penzi, who is a lovely woman. She's buried many of our family and friends, but she is a longtime trusted individual in the city of West Haven. She is, again, funeral director of West Haven Funeral Home, the owner. So she's a businesswoman here in town, a major taxpayer, and she has been very active and instrumental in the issuing of embalming licenses for undertakers throughout the state of Connecticut. So she is definitely a good person to have on the Board of Health, and I truly ask that you give them both your full and complete consideration. Other than that, thank you very much, and this is my first time here since the new council is set, so I'd like to take this opportunity and also congratulate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins, for your comments. Would anyone else like to speak before the city council? Say,
Flag's in the wrong spot.
the flag
Would you
is in
mind
the
fixing
wrong
it?
spot. Should be flipped.
The United States flag is left.
Okay.
Would you
We'll
like
get
me
that
to-
fixed.
would you like me to switch?
Yes, please. Thank you for letting us know.
Careful.
That's all right.
Careful. Oh, jeez.
Maybe that's why.
Sorry for the kerfuffle.
Would anyone else like to speak before the city council? For the second time, would anyone like to speak before? Oh, there you are. You snuck up there.
My name's Rich Hebert. I live at 166 Bloom Street. Just a couple of thoughts here. I'd like to suggest that the city start an answering service where people can call in their complaints and they're recorded. And then whatever department has to answer to it can do that over their time, but at least the citizens can get an answer to their queries. We don't have that facility right now. And the other gripe here is, I really feel for the Arts Committee. They've been coming here to all these meetings for as long as I can remember. And to find out tonight that they can't get money because they're not a 301c, that's appalling. These people should have been notified that they would be eligible for funds, and all they had to do was form a 501c or 301c, whatever entity that they needed. But I find that annoying, because first we're told they're going to go into this building next door that's been abandoned, and then it's not going to be good for it. And now we're entertaining entities from other cities to do our arts committee. I just find that a little puzzling. So I express my irritation, and I hope you folks can do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hebert, for your comments. I'm not even gonna call it. Come on up.
Andrew Thorpe, 278 Main Street, apartment F305. Good to see you all again tonight. I also just want to thank the street sweepers and the folks who actually came out to clean up. As somebody who bikes both for work and recreation, it's nice having clean streets to ride on. I'm a big proponent of the Complete Streets plan that's moving forward in front of this council, but I kind of also just want to add on to it that one of the great things about this town is its neighborhoods, basically its boroughs, where they are their own entities in a lot of way. And right here in downtown, we have a fantastic model of how that looks and how that works. With everything going on in Allentown, they're trying to make it so that way it is spectacular for its own citizens. And with what's been talked about, what's going to happen at the Havens, I do hope that that idea is extended there too. There are promises made often by certain developers as to what something will look at, whether you look at Blueback Square in West Hartford or in Evergreen Walk in South Windsor. Blueback Square, it was a cherry on a sundae, so to speak. That area had housing and it had businesses, but it already had houses and businesses within that township, so it worked. Evergreen Walk in South Windsor came out of a cornfield. Businesses last a year to 5 years there, and you have to drive there. They took one of the oldest town fairs and put it in there to try to save it for a couple of years. Didn't quite work out. But I just do hope that the full vision of what a neighborhood is, what it should be, how it takes care of its people, is looked at. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else like to speak before the city council? For the second time, would anyone like to speak before the city council? And for the third and final time, would anyone like to speak before the city council? Public session is now closed at 7:33. Let's see. We will now convene the 2/12/24 regularly scheduled council meeting at 7:34. And before we approve the journal, I have a couple of housekeeping motions I want to make. First off, I will entertain a motion pursuant to Council Rule 6.1 to suspend the Rule 5.1 in reference to Communication D in public lands on tonight's agenda. Do I have that motion? Motion. Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. And the second one, I'd like to thank actually somebody who emailed us in that noticed something on the agenda. So I will entertain another motion to amend Communication G to correct the spelling of Mrs. Sherman's name in all areas of the agenda. Do I have that motion?
So moved.
So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you for that. I'm looking for a motion to approve the Journal of 1/22/24. Motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. At this time, we'll have the council clerk hand out the communications for this evening.
Okay, we have communication, ARPA 2/12/2024 from Ken Carney regarding the ARPA CARES Act Financial Management Funding reallocation being assigned to the council as a whole, Chairman Pascal. Communication A from the tax collector regarding overpayment refunds for January 2024 being assigned, that will be filed with tonight's minutes. We have communication B from Joseph Perno, Chief of Police, regarding animal shelter donations being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Akbarali. Communication C from Mayor Dorinda Boer regarding an amendment to Chapter 81, Article 8, Section 81.8A1 of the Code of the City of West Haven to increase building permit fees, being assigned to the Legislative Matters Committee, Chairman Vargo. Communication D from Paul Dorsey, Corporation Counsel, regarding a request of Christopher Adorno of Adorno Enterprises, LLC, for permission to have the decorative concrete blocks remain upon the City of West Haven's private right-of-way located over his property at 19-21 Maple Road, being assigned to the Public Lands, Chairman Donovan. Communication E from Mayor Dorinda Boer regarding an appointment of Christian Sanchez, 541 Island Lane, West Haven, to the Fair Rent Commission. Mr. Sanchez's appointment will be for a term of 2 years, effective immediately, and will expire on February 12th, 2026, being assigned to the Personnel and Civil Service Committee, Chairwoman Coletti. Communication F from Mayor Dorinda Boer regarding the appointment of Celia Pinsey, 5 Harding Street, West Haven, to the Board of Health Commission. Ms. Pinsey's appointment will replace Kevy Waterfield and will be effective immediately and expire on January 31st, 2029, being assigned to the Personnel and Civil Service Committee, Chairwoman Coletti. Communication D from Mayor Dorinda Boer regarding the appointment of Aaron Sherman, 265 Richmond Ave, West Haven, to the Board of Health Commission. Ms. Sherman's appointment will replace Heather Shea and will be effective immediately and expire on January 31st, 2028, being assigned to the Personnel and Civil Service Committee, Chairwoman Coletti. Communication H from Mayor Dorinda Boer regarding the appointment of Rich Tracy of 85 Honeypot Road, West Haven, to the Ethics Commission. Mr. Tracy's appointment will replace Christopher Vargo Jr. and will be effective immediately and expire on January 31st, 2026, being assigned to the Personnel and Civil Service Committee, Chairwoman Coletti. Communication I from Mayor Dorinda Boer regarding the appointment of Tracy Mooney, 8 Hazel Street, West Haven, to the Ethics Commission. Ms. Mooney's appointment will replace Nicholas Pascal and will be effective immediately and will expire on January 31st, 2026, being assigned to the Personnel and Civil Service Committee, Chairwoman Coletti. Communication J from Mayor Dorinda Boer regarding the appointment of Killian Gruber of 158 Bull Hill Lane, West Haven, to the Fair Rent Commission. Mr. Gruber's appointment will be for a term of 2 years, effective immediately, and expire on February 12th, 2026, being assigned to the Personnel and Civil Service Committee, Chairwoman Coletti. Communication K from Mayor Dorinda Boer regarding the creation of a full-time position for a city project manager with a salary range of $75,000 to $90,000, being assigned to the Personnel and Civil Service Committee, Chairwoman Coletti. Communication L from Olivia Basante, Assistant Grants Writer, regarding the acceptance of a $2 million grant from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection for upgrades to pump stations location at East Avenue and Dawson Avenue, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Akbarali. Communication M from Mike Agello, Deputy Corporation Counsel, regarding a utility easement in favor of the United Illuminating Company at city-owned property known as Kimberly Avenue Rear, being assigned to the Public Lands Committee, Chairman Donovan. Sorry. Communication N from Mike Agello, Deputy Corporation Counsel, regarding a utility easement in favor of the United Illuminating Company at city-owned property known as 33 College Street, being assigned to the Public Lands Committee, Chairman Donovan. Communication O from Mike Agello, Deputy Corporation Counsel, regarding an amendment to Chapter 129, Sections 129-1 and 129-8, Blight Prevention Code of the City of West Haven, being assigned to the Legislative Matters Committee, Chairman Vargo. And that concludes our communications for this evening, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now recess into committee meetings at 7:40. And first up, we have Ken Carney to give us an ARPA update. Mr. Carney? You're welcome.
Does everyone have a copy? Great. I'll start with project number 2022-001. This is the ARPA Act Financial Management. The ARPA Committee is requesting funding this line item, another $300,000. I do have copies of the proposed resolution. Does everybody have one?
Should.
Okay. The proposal is that $100,000 come out of contingency and $200,000 come out of the reuse center project line item. Reuse center project line item? For the reuse?
What's the number there? I'm sorry. 011. Oh, thank you.
2022-011. So the feds intended that 10% of ARPA funds be used for soft costs, 5% for project management, 5% for accounting and legal. The need for an accountant and attorney extends until the very end of the expenditure. It starts with the contracting, it starts with accounting, and as money is dispersed, it flows through the attorneys, it flows through the accountants to make sure everything's compliant. What I've done is I've looked at what some other towns are doing.
Thank you.
And I just need one of these for a record.
Thank you.
So it turns out West Haven is unique in that almost all, literally all of the services needed to spend the ARPA funds are being done by outside vendors. Starting with Denver, Colorado, which I know is a long way away, but they received $308 million. They committed 10% to project management, accounting, and legal. Bristol, Connecticut, which is doing everything in-house, committed $500,000 or 1.8% just to accounting. They're doing their legal in-house, they're doing all their contracts in-house, they're doing all their project management in-house, they're doing all their quarterly reports in-house, and they're doing all their accounting in-house, and they still committed 1.8% for an outside accounting firm. Hamden has committed 7.1% to soft costs, and they're doing things in-house. Middletown committed 3%, and Middletown is also doing most of the legal and accounting in-house. West Haven has committed 2.4% to date. You've not been charged one dime of project management. That saves you 5%. You've committed to 2.4% up till now, and that 2.4% has covered all of the things that were missing to become ARPA compliant. Prior to ARPA, a vendor would give the city a contract and the city would sign that contract. The legal team through ARPA has committed several versions of city contracts that are on a shelf and can be altered for any vendor to sign. So now the vendors are signing city contracts, not the other way around. A checklist was created, a very extensive checklist of all the different scenarios between subrecipient, grants, awards, contract spending. The ARPA team created that. We're asking for another $300,000 to cover these expenses. and without it, it's gonna come to a grinding halt. We don't have the manpower in-house, I don't have the manpower in my office to do what's necessary to spend ARPA funds. The checklist. Every single dollar that's spent in ARPA funds has to go through this checklist. And it requires an accountant, an attorney, to run these funds. Even the people you have working in City Hall are being funded through ARPA. There's no City Hall employee working full-time in ARPA that I'm aware of. So that's a very small bucket of money that we need to increase to keep things moving. I've also attached in one of the handouts the various requirements of ARPA spending. It talks about in detail what the attorneys have to do, and it shows you the ARPA process for federal funding for money to be spent. It's quite extensive. When we give a subrecipient a contract, UHY has to visit that site and look at their finances, review their finances, and make sure that they comply with ARPA. It takes them almost an entire day to do that, and that's just one vendor. We have 45 open contracts right now with ARPA, 45. Had the city leaders decided to do one or two projects, we wouldn't be spending $700,000 or $1 million in soft costs. We'd be spending far less. I got 28 projects on the board. Everyone requires review by an accountant specialized in ARPA. Everyone requires review by an attorney specialized in ARPA. Contracts have to be created, negotiations have to take place, back and forth. This checklist has to be filled out, and the list just goes on. And as the money is dispersed, the invoices have to be reviewed and make sure everything's written and complies with ARPA. And that's why we're asking you for an increase of $300,000 for that line item.
Ken, you all set?
Want to answer questions as we go, or?
Yeah, please.
Yep. All right. Yep. Chairman?
Absolutely.
All
Councilman
right,
Donovan.
so, the 100,000 out of the contingency, that would leave us roughly 85,000, correct?
Temporarily. So the contingency is a moving target.
Yeah.
As projects come in under budget or some projects are not viable, that money will fall back down to contingency. So yes, the first 100,000 of the 300 we're requesting comes out of the 185.
The reason I'm asking is that, do you look, I know you don't know, but you project any of these projects going over what we're allowing that the 85,000 may not cover?
So I don't want to say in public which projects I think may be short on funds, because I think I'll make that happen if I say that. I can tell you that some of these projects, there's not gonna be enough money to do it because of escalation and inflation. We won't know that for sure until they come in, but at that point, I'll come back to the council and I'll say this job is no longer viable, and that money, with your permission, will go back down to contingency.
Okay. And this 300,000 you're asking for, which I totally understand, probably be the last time that you'll have to ask, correct?
I don't think so.
Because everything's gotta be done by the end of 2024, not the money spent, but the projects have to be kind
So
of
what's
set
gonna-
up, correct?
Sure, so the answer is no. What's gonna happen is the legal side will evaporate to almost nothing after December of '24. But each project has to be closed out. Each project needs a narrative. Each project has to go to the quarterly reporting. If we're not gonna do that in-house, we're gonna need UHY to continue that process. I predict we're gonna hit 1.3, which is less than 5% of the 29 million to run all these projects. That is the best deal in the state. Nobody has even come close to that.
Yeah, and I'm actually not questioning that part, I understand. It's just I just worry, are we going to be asked to give another 300,000
I think at some point you
Towards the-
will, because
next year or something like that?
we have to go through probably the end of this year, but we have to go through all the way through 26 on reporting.
Right, so I don't want it to seem like, so some of these projects may have to go away because we have to pay for the legal fees. Because once the money, I don't know, you understand what I'm trying to, maybe I'm not saying.
I don't,
right.
because there's a lot of moving parts and some of these projects are not gonna be viable.
Right.
The money will be there. But I don't wanna sit here and tell you 300,000 is gonna solve, accounting and legal through the end of 26. There's gonna be probably another disbursement. And other towns have shown that as well.
All right, thank you, I'm all set for now.
Any other questions? Councilman Lott?
Thanks for all this information, it's very helpful. When it comes to the ARPA vendor contracting checklist, you said your office manages this?
So it's been moved to City Hall, but it's
Okay.
an outside vendor
It's an outside vendor that does,
that we pay $10,000 a month to,
okay,
who works here 40-some-odd hours a week.
okay,
To do ARPA spending. My office is involved in that we provide the information to the checklist that they may have. We monitor it.
Yep.
We converse with UHY and Carmody on it.
yep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a tremendous amount of administrative burden.
Yes, it
It's-
is.
It's off the charts. Who's managing all this stuff on this checklist? Like, you go for RFP, you got final RFQ attached. When you say your office, who are you referring to?
So I will tell you that the management of that checklist is done between UHY, Carmody, third-party vendor in City Hall.
Okay,
And I have a young lady in my office who is heavily involved, who is filing stuff away.
yep,
Calling vendors when we're missing stuff.
Yep.
If a vendor is not responsive, it's my job to track them down.
okay.
So that would be my office.
So that person, I mean, do you have a business, this person work in your office? I mean,
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So at your business, you have somebody in the office doing this kind of stuff too?
correct, yeah,
Wow.
absolutely. They put the agendas together, they
Yep.
do all the copies.
Yep. Why now? Why the $300,000 now? Is this the first time you're asking for funds, or has it happened previously?
So we were given 700,000 on day one.
Yep.
And as the last council was coming to the end of their session, they did not want to entertain the increase.
Yep.
They left it for the new council. I wasn't available in the month of January. December was a little crazy, so here I am in February asking for the 300,000.
Okay. If somebody came through and audited all this stuff tomorrow, would it be tight?
We went through an audit.
Okay.
Whittlesey came in and literally audited everything we were doing.
Yep.
And I think Mr. Taylor may have gotten some response on that. Okay. So Whittlesey shared with UHY that everything they asked for, we provided, and we were compliant in every single category.
Okay.
Literally, everything goes out to bid, and that checklist makes it all happen.
Everything over 50,000.
No, $1.
Oh, okay.
The 50,000 is MARB, that's another layer. Yeah. Yeah, Whittlesey was sent by MARB to do the audit, right?
And the rationale for you doing all this stuff on this checklist is a byproduct of the fact that the city of West Haven, previous administration was not equipped.
So, I mean, correct, I mean, I think you're short 26 people.
Okay,
I think
okay.
your finance department is spending 32 million a month. If you take the
Okay.
budget divided by 12, I don't know how they can possibly spend another 30 million on top of that
Sure.
and deal with all these really insane regulations,
Yep.
so.
So a lot of this from day one, when you first started this, a lot of this, you need $300,000 today because there's, for lack of a better word, there's probably been a learning curve.
Well,
I mean, from day one, how come you didn't know that you would need 300,000 today?
Sure. Well, because we're paying by the hour.
Okay.
And a lot of the expenses come up when a bid comes in and there's negotiation.
Yep.
There's questions constantly on what's covered under ARPA funds and what's
Yep.
not.
Yep.
We're constantly rearranging the $10 million category, which is the revenue loss category. To do that, we have to sit down, have a meeting, and talk about, what we can move, what we can't move. We're preparing information for MARB,
Yep.
which was not part of this process when we started.
Yep.
And we provide that to Mr. Spryer, who presents it to MARB. It's a lot of work.
Oh. Tons of work.
Yeah, please, go
If
ahead.
you don't mind,
Yep.
we didn't know we needed that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay?
You have to
So
have this.
We need consultants
Yep.
to let us know.
Yep.
They, I don't know what revision they're on now to the rules for
Yep.
ARPA, but we get new rules every month.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman?
So it's an ongoing.
Mr.
thing.
Taylor, 1 second. Point of
I
order.
don't think that anybody that's watching online is able to hear Mr.
Oh, would you like to get up to the podium then? Thank you.
Sorry.
Good point.
So what I was saying was that when it started, we didn't know it was, right?
Oh.
So that's why we went outside. The $700,000 was allotted, and we learned as we went. The ink wasn't quite dry on the whole ARPA regulations
Yeah.
at that time.
Sure.
We didn't know we needed that checklist. We didn't know we needed other checklists as we go on. I mean, I paid, there was one invoice today for $3,900 and change. And the documentation one with that was like this thing. Half an inch for those who are listening.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Sure.
And every bit of that was reviewed by a bunch of different people.
Yeah.
And the regulations are changing all the time.
Sure.
It's not every month, but it's quite frequent that we learn something new. In fact, we've learned something new that I don't even understand yet
Yeah.
right now. We're trying to work our way through it. So.
No, it's great. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about continuous improvement anyway. But this is exceptional. I mean, it's a great document.
It's also worth noting that the ARPA committee negotiated the legal fees down 20%.
Yep.
Which he's not too happy about. And we also received a $50,000 credit from UHY on work that we felt that they didn't do the way we wanted to do. So we've been very good about how we spend this money, but you're not gonna spend $30 million under federal guidelines without spending at least 5% of that. And you've been exempt from the project management. You don't have a city project manager on these jobs.
Yeah.
The ARPA committee is running these projects. We're writing RFPs, we're writing RFQs, we're attending walkthroughs, we're doing sign-in sheets, we're inspecting jobs. I'm down at the camera job every week, talking to the contractors, working with the police, working with the city. All that has been, not been billed.
Yeah.
So it's the best deal.
And to answer another question that was asked, one of the questions was why now? Well, we tapped out the POs at this point. We need more money to continue. And it's really, it's gone dry.
Understood. Thank you for that.
I'll say Councilman Knox.
I am, thank you.
Councilman Varga.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I look at project 2022-001, it looks like that the ARPA committee has approved 742,180. So that's the 700. So at the moment, 42,180 is the deficit.
Correct.
Okay. So out of the 300, we're subtracting 42,180. So for just keep things easy, you're really going to have 240 plus or 260 plus or minus.
That is correct.
How long is that going to last, do you think?
I think, well, we're paying Robert Half $10,000 a month. That's the third party that's working in City Hall for ARPA regulations. We're paying legal fees for contract negotiation, other things, about $20,000 a month. And we're paying UHY about $15,000 a month. So you're probably talking 4 months, 5 months.
And then I assume you're going to need to come back here and to ask for another allocation.
I mean, it's not my decision alone. I obviously talked to the mayor and and we come up with a strategy, but I would expect at some point we're gonna need some additional funds to come from the ARPA funds to continue the process.
What kind of relationship do we have with the professionals? Do we have just one attorney, a partner, or one partner in the accounting firm that we deal with, or is there a team behind us?
So what happens is, these firms specialize in ARPA. We have 2 attorneys that we work with weekly. One specializes in contracts, the other one specializes in ARPA rules. And they have an entire legal team behind them. If we come across a situation that requires a different set of skills, we can draw from their bench. When it comes to the accounting firm, we have a primary contact, and then we have the regional manager, if you will, who comes in if we have additional questions. And they also have a person in Baltimore who has been recognized as the authority on ARPA throughout the country, and from time to time we have to speak to that person.
And how closely do you or your committee vet the bills to make sure that they're accurate and appropriate?
So every invoice comes to the ARPA committee. The first thing that happens is we inspect the job. Some invoices get sent back. The second thing that happens is we compare the invoice to the contract and then to the terms of the contract. I then bring it to the ARPA committee in a public session, and every single invoice is approved in public. And that was one of the demands that I had to chair the ARPA committee. I didn't want any invoices approved behind closed doors. So it's approved in public, and when it's approved, it's put together in a letter sent to Mr. Taylor, but it goes to the entire team who take time to review it in addition to our review.
So I understand how that would work on a project. How would that work with the professional fees? So if you receive an invoice from the accountant or the attorney, you can't go to a job site to check to see if the work's been done per contract specs. So how would you vet that?
When they give us an invoice, they detail every single day, every phone call, every email. And I'm able to go back and look at those invoices. I'm able to go to my appointment book, compare my appointment time to those invoices. I've had questions, and I've reduced those invoices if I feel they're out of line for any reason, and they've not given me any pushback. We've been able to reduce them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Carney? Mr. Johnson?
Councilman Kalei, do you wanna go? You got your hand up too. You sure? Ladies first? Okay. That's right. Ken?
I got 4 questions here, so bear with me. Let me gather my thoughts here. So, would you say that throughout this process, having the ARPA committee and people in your office, excuse me, was kind of like a blessing in disguise, based on the potential cost that would have accrued over the last course of this ARPA process?
My impression is that you have a wonderful staff in City Hall, you're shorthanded, and people are doing more than one job in City Hall because of it. I don't know how, without the team that we put together, you'd be able to spend the $30 million.
So in other words, you're saying if we didn't have that, we would have already spent more, you'd probably be here tonight asking for more, which would probably put us in that percentile where Hamden is.
We definitely save money through the process, the way we're doing it,
Okay.
yes.
So that goes to the next one. So, let me cross this off so I don't get lost. So, I think you had mentioned earlier, correct me if I'm wrong, if we hold this or don't do it, however you want to word it, did you or did you not say before that, everything just kind of stops and comes to a halt and then we kind of have to regroup and figure something else out? Is that accurate?
We would have to go to internal City Hall resources. I don't know that we have legal and accounting teams in City Hall who are experts on ARPA. The negotiations that we have going on with vendors would come to an end. And I think there would be a morale issue amongst the team that we put together if the council were unwilling to fund this.
Okay, so that leads to number 3. So you said because we've had so many projects more than other municipalities, that increases the cost because each item's different and it adds to the list. So that goes to another point you said, if and when or possibly if a project has to get wiped out, we're theoretically saving money on taking that line off the list, correct?
Correct.
Not that I'm wishing anything comes off the list, but if it has to come off the list, that's a percentage that we're saving, correct?
100%. Most towns have a much smaller list, and a lot of towns have done very large single projects with their ARPA funds. We're running 28, 30 projects, and we're paying for that because each one has to have a contract, each one has to be advertised, each one has to go out to bid, each one has to be reconciled, tracked, a narrative has to be created, it has to be reported on a quarterly basis. It's a lot of work.
So that leads me to the golden question. You don't have to answer it if you don't have an answer, and if you don't know, you don't know. So, are there any projects on here that we're starting to lean that they're probably not going to happen, or there's potential for fallout?
I have my suspicions, but until it hits the street, I
It's
can't
not
tell
worth
you,
mentioning.
and I don't want to ruin the
Okay.
project ahead of time.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman. I'm all set.
Thank you. Would you like to go next? Councilwoman, up to you guys.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you again for all of this information, and it's a lot to absorb and take in. Is there any way, with all of these projects and the fees, the legal fees, the lawyer fees, and thank you to your team for kind of bringing it together, is there any way to streamline it, any projects together? They all have to be done separately through ARPA? Is that a regulation, or is there a way that we can streamline the legal fees, so to speak? Like, can we group some things together so it's not so individualized as far as the fees that we're allocating for all the legal
Sure.
fees?
So the greatest savings is when we started this process, we had no contracts.
Mhm.
So each vendor had to have a separate contract created for that service.
Okay.
Since then, the legal team has created contracts that sit on a shelf, and now we say, okay, this contract meets all the regulations for ARPA, you won the job, here's the contract. And that has saved a lot of time and money.
Okay.
As the last jobs go out to bid and are accepted to the low bidder, the legal team's work will be done. So sometime after December of '24, we're gonna have very few legal bills unless there's a dispute or there's a lawsuit or something like that.
Okay.
The accounting will still continue, but the legal will come very close to being over.
Okay, good. Thank you. All set, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Callahan. Councilwoman Coletti.
To confirm quickly, 2022-001 ARPA Act Financial Management. That line item is only comprised of legal and accounting fees, no other soft costs.
No, so I'll tell you what it is. So legal fees, $341,000 to date. Accounting fees, $319,000. When I say to date, I'm talking the end of December. $319,000. Robert Half, $78,000. Those are the three expenses that make up that account.
Okay, and then the number that you used before was 1.3 million. Are you is that kind of what you're
If we
estimating based on
Sure.
the 700,000 plus the 300 you're asking for, and then potentially another 300, which would bring us to 1.3, which would roughly be about 5% when allowable admin is 10,
The-
or
this-
project, or guidelines.
Yeah, the city has a choice to bring this work in-house. And if that happens, we won't be asking for another
Right.
300,000 or
But the
whatever it is, yeah.
1.3 you mentioned, that was,
I think that would be everything, yeah, in my opinion.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Any Councilman
How you doing,
Mackey?
sir?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. On June 14th, our mayor, our governor had given us the Resilient Project Development Grant. Are you familiar with that?
I am not.
And it relates to our 22-010 regarding our problem stormwater areas, and it referenced Sanford Street, and they had actually given us $669,000.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that? Have we started any work on that?
I'm not familiar with that one. So the ARPA funds that we have for stormwater is for solving low-hanging fruit.
Okay.
Replacing catch basins.
That was part of it on the Scamper Tree
Yep.
basin. Okay.
Snaking lines.
Just a point of order, Mr. Carney, I guess that's unrelated to ARPA, and we can ask
Okay,
Olivia about
I'm
that.
sorry.
Yeah, we can ask
Okay.
Olivia about that. She might have information
Okay.
for us at a later time. Anything else? Councilwoman Tucker?
Hi, Ken.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks for everything that you guys have
Thank
been able
you.
to accomplish. I know this has been a ginormous
It has been.
undertaking for
A
you.
little more than I thought, but go ahead.
Yeah. So, the line item, ARPA Act, financial management, I see it's approved at 106% above what the city council approved.
Correct.
Can you speak to that?
Well, yeah, so what happens is these invoices come in, and they don't spend to the, as you get close to the 700,000, we don't stop. We'll stop tonight if we're not approved, but that was the overage on the job, just like any project, you have overage.
So you said those were the legal fees and,
Always the legal accounting, and, we have a young lady working back here full-time at ARPA. They're not gonna stop paying her. It keeps adding to that line item. There's a quarterly report due that if you don't file the quarterly report, I think some bad things happen. So the team has to do that. I'm not involved in that. So that's why we're over, 6%.
okay. And then can you remind me of what the 10 million revenue loss column represents again?
Sure.
I forgot. I know you said this before, but I
Yeah.
just don't remember.
So it turns out that, you want to do it? Yeah, sure. I'll let David tell you.
All right.
Good evening, everyone. I know I've addressed some or most of you before, David Grudberg from Carmody. The $10 million revenue loss, the simplest way to explain it is the ARPA Act is not an appropriation by the federal government to municipalities saying, here's X number of dollars, spend it however you want. There are very specific categories of approved projects, most tracing back to the impact of the coronavirus, okay? And that's where when Ken talked about compliance and making sure that a particular spend is within the federal legislation, that's where we have to be precise about that. However, the legislation it gives towns an option to carve out a portion of what they received to cover expenditures that otherwise would not fall within the ARPA legislation, okay? So think of the 10 million as a safe harbor where we don't have to look at a particular line item and trace that to one of the many things on the menu that specifically ties into coronavirus impact. And if you go down that far right-hand column that's highlighted in yellow and go across, you'll see certain things matched up that the council, in its wisdom, and in conjunction with the mayor, decided, you know what, this is a project we'd like to fund, even though it might not fall or would not fall within the ARPA funding. Easiest example might be paving, okay, infrastructure. Infrastructure is a wonderful thing. You got a bunch of money, people want to spend on it, but that's not covered under ARPA. But you'll see if you look at that, some of that $10 million revenue loss includes projects such as that. So basically, it's $10 million to spend any way you want.
Okay, thank you.
We'll say Councilwoman Tucker?
Yes.
I think Councilman Donovan next.
I have a couple of follow-ups, but.
I'm gonna make a motion, that's why.
Oh, okay.
So you
Yeah,
ask
my-
your
thank you,
question.
Mr. Chairman.
Fargo, please.
Thank you. Just a couple of follow-up questions. You're asking to take $100,000 from the contingency fund. That'll leave it with 85 and change for right now, correct?
Correct.
What does that do for the contingency fund? I understand that as projects are completed or it's been determined that the money, that the project cannot go forward, those funds will go back into contingency. How often is that? I guess my point is 85,000 going to be sufficient to carry us to whenever you think we might need to tap into it again?
At this point, based on where the bidding is, it is, but the reality of it is, if you go up a couple lines, there's $1 million in reserve for the library, and I'm not suggesting you take that money, but that has not been officially allocated to the library. The reality of it is, you have almost 1.2 in reserve. That's a circuit breaker if you had to get money somewhere else temporarily, but we're gonna see money come down off of these upper columns and fall into reserve as the bids come in.
And what does taking 200 from the reuse station, what does that do to that project? Or
I think it keeps it viable.
It does keep it viable?
Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned something that you are using your office to assist with
Yeah.
preparing this. So your office and your staff are donating, you're donating that time and.
There's no reimbursement, there's no budget, that's correct.
So you're donating donating
100%.
that to us?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before a motion?
Motion. And I'm gonna make a motion, and our secretary will correct me if I am incorrect. I'd like to make a motion to reduce city council approved appropriation money from item, project number 2022-011, Recycling and Reuse Center, from $1 million to $800,000. Also, reduce our remaining contingency from 185,301 to, reduce it 100,000 to 85,301, and put the 300,000 into project number 2022-001, ARPA Act Financial Management. How'd I do?
That's great.
But I'm missing something.
I just have to read the whole two-page
That's 'cause it's federal.
baby in this.
Okay.
And I got a second from Law?
Second.
Okay. So I'll just really read it fast. To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your committee on council as a whole, to whom was referred the matter of ARPA CARES Act financial management funding reallocation, reports that the committee met on the 12th day of February 2024 to consider said matter. It is the, you wanna just say unanimously, vote on it right now? Yeah, you gotta vote, and then
Yep.
I'll say it's been,
Okay.
unanimous or a majority, whatever the case may be.
So I have the motion that presented by Councilman Donovan. Do I have a second? We have the
We have a
second.
second.
Any discussion on
Roll-
the motion? Okay.
I'd like a roll call vote,
Roll call?
please.
Okay. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Laux.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Michelle Coletti.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Yes.
Muller is absent. Councilman Stephen Johnstone.
Yes.
And Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Okay, we have unanimous.
Okay.
So it is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Whereas the city is in receipt of certain federal coronavirus stimulus funds, hereinafter referred to as ARPA funds, whereas former Mayor Nancy R. Rossi previously submitted to the council and outlined for a plan of expenditure of ARPA funds, which has been supplemented by Mayor Dorinda Borer. Whereas the city council has fiscal responsibility for the appropriation of ARPA funds under section 14 of the city charter entitled Supplemental Appropriation. Whereas the mayor, her administration, and impaneled citizens review committee, ARPA committee, have executive duties for administering ARPA funds, including but not limited to the purchasing requirements of chapter 42 of the code of the city of West Haven, attached hereto for reference. Whereas the council is required to appropriate funds for projects the council selects to fund. Whereas this resolution is intended to supplement previous resolutions made on the same subject. Resolved that the city council hereby amends and supplements its prior resolution dated June 9th, 2022, regarding the appropriation of ARPA funds to support the CARES Act financial management as follows. ARPA CARES Act financial management additional funding. The initial ARPA CARES Act funding management City Council resolution dated June 9th, 2022 appropriated $700,000 to enable the city to engage the necessary legal and financial expertise to effect proper legal and transparent management of all CARES Act funds and the associated expenditures. Said funds are intended to be sufficient to provide the monthly reporting to the council, quarterly and final reporting to the U.S. Treasury and daily financial management of the funds until closure of the ARPA funded projects. An additional $300,000 is hereby appropriated for the ARPA CARES Act financial management, project number 2022-001, increasing the total appropriation to $1 million. The additional appropriation is necessary in order to meet the ongoing needs for legal, financial, and related administrative assistance with ARPA project expenditures, including but not limited to the necessary ARPA compliant contracts and other agreements governing expenditures. The additional $300,000 appropriation is to be funded as follows. $100,000 will be drawn from the existing contingency fund, and $200,000 shall be transferred from the existing prior appropriation for the Recycling and Reuse Center project number 2022-011. This transfer reduces the total appropriation for the Recycle and Reuse Center from $1 million to $800,000. Further resolved that Dorinda Boer, as mayor of the city of West Haven, shall A, develop a program narrative and project budget for the ARPA-funded programs listed above. B, report said narrative, budget, and resulting expense accounting reports to the city council for oversight and monitoring no less than once monthly. C, that the monthly reports to the council continue until all funds are expended and final reports are made to the U.S. Department of Treasury for the ARPA-funded projects. D, that the contingency funds shall remain unappropriated until the city council authorizes transfer to an approved expense account. E, that all project cost overruns shall be approved by the city council before costs are incurred. And F, that all project surpluses be returned to the ARPA contingency fund for further action by the city council. Further resolved that Dorinda Boer, as mayor of the city of West Haven, is authorized to and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents related to this resolution on behalf of the city of West Haven, and to do and perform all acts, things which she deems to be necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents, including but not limited to executing and delivering all agreements and documents contemplated by such documents.
Thank you.
The end.
And once again, that passed unanimously. Mr. Carney, do you have any other updates on the ARPA projects?
I was gonna run through the list quickly.
Absolutely.
Okay, moving on to the 2022-002, the Child Development Center roof. That's on Noble Street. So all materials have been delivered. We have approved a payment of $299 contingent on a project schedule and the vendor actually starting the job. We're not willing to release the check until that happens. Our concern is that if he starts the job, this week, I don't think he will with the snow, but if he does, he's gonna want his check right away. So the check's gonna be ready, but not until he meets the ARPA committee requirements. Has not been good with communication, and we have gotten the attorney involved in that, as well as the architect. Parks Fund, most of you, or all of you, have seen the success of the parks money being spent, new signs, new playscapes, structures being rebuilt. Ernie's doing a great job managing these funds, and we've spent about 58%. Food Bank, we have 2 of the 3 contracts signed. What we're finding out is these recipients of ARPA funds have got to spend a lot of time and money to comply with the ARPA rules. And so far, New Reach and Vertical Church have done that, and those are going to be on the agenda to go to MARB. The Housing Authority is just now getting their paperwork together after about 6 months. So that's how complicated that is. So I've sent those on to Mr. Spryer, and I expect those to be approved by MARB in the near future. Johnson Senior Center roof, that has become a state project thanks to Mayor Boer. That'll be funded by the state, not ARPA. Paving is complete. Stormwater Capital Fund is paying the CDM Smith invoices as well as matching grant funds so the city can get additional grant money for stormwater work. The vacuum truck is complete and in use. Stormwater problem area, it says 195 spent. I believe it's more than that. We have 2 crews going around the city following the CDM Smith report. One crew is actually a city crew, and we're reimbursing the city, and that's the least expensive option. The other crew is Cerulli, who was the low bidder on this work, and he's knocking out stormwater issues in a different section of the city. And we're funding both of those crews from this line item. The recycling reuse center is still in permitting. Child pedestrian safety is complete. The broadband access library had a little bit of a hiccup, but is now back running properly, and that will begin to see more money spent as they submit invoices. City Hall windows, we actually did get bids from low bids from a vendor to remove the windows, another vendor to install the windows. They're going through their ARPA regulatory process now. The attorney's working on contracts for each of those vendors. The challenge there is we have to tie the 2 vendors together, and one takes the windows out, the other one puts the windows in. You can only imagine what happens when that happens. I think I'm gonna move my office that month to City Hall to make sure there's no problems. But they have about 4 weeks of compliance, and then the windows take 8 weeks to come in. So we expect those windows sometime in about 12 weeks. The fire districts are all, yes?
Are we, did you say we were under budget with that, or no?
We did come in under budget, yes.
So, by how much, give or take?
151,000.
So, that would go back normally in the contingency, correct?
So the way the
Normally.
the way the resolution was written is
Yeah.
for safety for City Hall.
Okay.
And we've identified some very unsafe conditions in City
That's
Hall
what I was
that I
gonna
don't want
suggest.
to
Okay.
say in public.
As long as it's in there.
And we've got to spend some money from that fund to make parts of City Hall safer.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. The 3 fire districts are working on their projects at different levels. The camera project, there's been some talk on that. We did actually find the resolution. That's exciting.
Here goes that tree.
They're going back to those
We're cutting trees down.
I have it.
Okay, so the original resolution. Yes, I do.
I think there's some color
Need-
this way.
Need
One, two, three.
3 more.
I have it online.
This is part of the administrative burden.
No, this one's easy. This one's easy. Stop tapping it myself. This one.
Free of charge.
The files on these projects are the size of 2 phone books. It's unbelievable.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm reading.
Okay, so when it comes to cameras.
So sorry.
The resolution dated June 10th, 2022 specifically calls for $1 million to be spent up to 39 locations throughout the city. Those locations are attached. Now, going back in time, before the ARPA committee was created, Doug Coulter met with a company. They surveyed the entire city. I believe the police were involved, and they created a wish list of all the locations of the cameras. And that became attachment A to this resolution. Now, the beach cameras are all dug out, all the wiring is in, and they think that project will be complete the first week of April. Okay? And then the police department, in conjunction with input from Public Works, is looking at this list and picking up to 3 additional locations that we will survey and price out to see if the money we have available will cover them. I thought you might have a question. Go ahead.
Councilwoman Tucker. First and foremost.
So my question
Yes.
is, it sounds as though the way that you're sharing this was that the conversation was about, cameras all throughout the city, everywhere.
The original resolution was that, yeah.
We kind of landed on in a situation where we were talking about cameras for the boardwalk, right?
My memory is that everyone wanted the high-traffic area of the boardwalk to be done. And with that, we went from West Walk down to Sandy Hook.
Well, that was the question that we were trying to answer here, like with the details, right? Because I think that's where we were kind of stuck in our.
Yeah, no, there was talk that perhaps the resolution said beach only. I wasn't sure, so I found the resolution and brought it to you tonight.
Yeah, so I think what I was asking was that, the question that I think that brought us to you bringing these in tonight
Sure.
was around whether or not the cameras would go the length of the entire boardwalk, meaning not stopping where Stowe's is. It would go all the way down to,
So to be clear, the cameras stop at West Walk on the other side, not near Stowe's.
before they get to West Walk, the condos.
Yeah,
Near the bocce board, whatever thing is.
Where the church is. Behind the church is where the cameras start. Start. At the
And then go-
bathhouse.
At the bathhouse, and then go left.
They go down and follow the water down to Jimmy's and past.
And past that,
Yeah.
down to the end where the
Correct.
memorials are.
Now, it's not my decision. The police, I think, have the most input on this, but what it comes down to is, my concern is if we don't do change orders with the current crew, that means it goes back out to bid, and the winner of the next bid, we can't say to them, under federal guidelines, you have to use this camera. So what happens is, the next crew comes in and they introduce a different camera as the low bidder. Now you've got 2 apps, 2 NVRs, 2 types of cameras. My goal was to create change orders with the current vendors before they finish doing these smaller areas. I can tell you that there's not enough money to do the next section of the boardwalk, not even close, because there's no infrastructure on that side of the boardwalk on Beach Street. There are many more challenges.
Okay, so we started out with that specific question, right?
Yeah.
But you're saying that this goes back to like looking at the whole city to
Correct.
begin with.
The resolution does, correct.
And it's now, you're saying that it's, the money is not there.
What I'm saying is, we're gonna have a little over 400,000 left.
Mhm.
I think the smart thing to do is let the police tell us what areas require camera use using the same cameras they have now with this project. We don't have enough money to dig up Beach Street
No,
and do.
I hear
yeah.
what you're talking about,
Yeah.
us not having money. I think
Yeah.
that the questions arose from the concern for safety, right? Let's go back all the way back to that
Mhm.
and how we got here in the first place. We were concerned about the beach, the safety on the beach, pedestrians, safety,
Mhm.
right? And then there were instances where the police were involved, and there were incidences that had gone on, and there was this big hullabaloo and this a lot of concern about the beach and the safety on the beach, and people wanted cameras. And so, I'm just curious as to why only one side of the beach, when the boardwalk goes all the way down to the other side of the beach, that we're
Sure.
only talking about this side of the beach. Like, if we're gonna talk about cameras, why is there a section that would not have made it into a document like this? That there's no need, like, there's no crime that happens on that side of the beach? Like, I don't get it. So,
Sure.
that was the reason
Yeah.
why,
Yeah, I understand.
because my
Yeah.
understanding from that conversation where we discussed cameras on the beach, my recollection is that it included all of the cameras.
So here's
all
the
of
difference to
beach.
answer your question. The section that was done has some unique characteristics that make it more important, if you will. Number one, there are city-owned structures along the way. Number two, it is the area that is most furthest from the street. And number three, it's loaded with parking lots that require cameras where none exist now. I think that was the motivation for that area, if I remember correctly.
And can you tell me again,
And all the parking lots are covered in this
why
project,
the
by the way.
police are the ones that are making the determination about this? Is it only because they control the cameras? Somebody, like,
I could, yeah, sure. I think that, when it comes to narrowing it down, because, you know, there was 39 spots on there and we have just so much funds, I asked the police to weigh in based on their statistics of where the most crime is happening, because I think, there's a lot of spots we would want the cameras, but I think they're in the best position to say, this is an area we have trouble monitoring. We could use cameras there. And then I also asked Public Works to weigh in too, because there might be areas that are high crime, but also high dumping. That won't be the priority, but if it's a place that's high crime and, there's illegal dumping, then that might be, you know, another reason on top of the crime issue to put the camera there.
So I hear you, and I think that this, what you're talking about, obviously would have happened after you came into leadership, right? So a lot of this was going on before you got there, and got here, and, but with that being said, again, I was specifically asking about the beach, and I understand, because we're not having issues of dumping on the beach, right? So that was my specific question, and that was why I asked for the clarification that I asked for, but I think that your explanation is taken. I guess the point that you're making is taken. I just think that if we ask for cameras on the beach, that the entire beach should have cameras on it, not one half of the beach. Like nothing's gonna happen on the other side of the
So
boardwalk.
in the context of ARPA funds, yes, but as other monies become available, I think it's money's more available when you say, I have a camera system, I wanna add to it, versus I have no camera system. You could follow the same plan and fund it. You don't have to, spend all ARPA money on it. There's other sources of funding later
Yeah,
on.
I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
getting into the how
Yeah.
you spend it, how
Yeah.
you fund it discussion. That's like that's not my wheelhouse. That would be, you
Yeah.
know, I'm just simply saying that it doesn't make sense to me to have cameras on one side of the beach and not the other side of the beach. That's
Understood.
all I'm simply saying.
Mhm.
And my understanding was that's not what we asked for, and I don't agree that that's what we landed on.
Okay.
Somehow it changed.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
All right.
Councilman Tucker, all set?
Yep.
Okay.
All
Councilman
right.
Fargo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't on the council when this was passed, so I just want to make sure I understand. This entire document was basically the big wish list of where various people and departments in the city thought cameras should be, and then at some point it was dwindled down because the reality of how much it costs set in, right?
Well, I would phrase it this way. This is the list of all the areas that require cameras according to the police and Public Works because of dumping, right? We did the first phase, which was a high-traffic area along the beach, and the people walking in that boardwalk do not have the safety of the street. I mean, if you're walking down Beach Street and you're being assaulted, God forbid, there's cars driving by, there's homes with rings and things like that, there's neighborhoods you can go to. The area that we did has none of that. So we did from West Walk down to Sandy Hook, covered some city-owned properties, put in call boxes, and now there's money left over, not enough money to do this, another part of the beach, but money to do problem areas that are costing the city and the taxpayer money.
So we allocated $1 million. Was the $1 million for this entire project, or is the $1 million only for that section of the beach that we actually did?
We spent roughly $550 on this section of beach that we did.
So then the 450 is not enough to expand upon that?
No, because we don't have the infrastructure. It's a much tighter area. We don't have power on that side of the street. We don't have the things that we need to install cameras. So I was spending a lot more than $450. That's a challenge.
Has anybody figured out what that a lot more is?
It would depend on how far you wanted to go, but my suspicion you'd be over $1 million.
An additional $1 million?
Correct.
So we would spend the 450?
No, a little over $1 million total for that next section of the beach.
So we would need another 550?
Something like that, yeah.
Do we
rough
have,
number.
If that's something that the council feels is important, do we have an option to move money around to make that happen?
You do.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to interject for a second. So looking at the map, which is page 54 or 55, it would be $1 million for the 4 cameras that are listed on the other side?
No. What I think we're talking about is going from West Walk all the way down to like First Avenue, right?
Well, the part of the beach where people actually walk, like, you know, it goes
Yeah.
to the end and then you hit the curb. So wherever it stops.
Yeah, there's no infrastructure there. We were able to tie into, we gotta dig down 1.5 feet. Now you're digging through sidewalks, you're ripping up sidewalks. We didn't have to rip up sidewalks where we put the cameras. You have to find a power source. The hardscape is huge on that cost. That's the problem.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councilwoman Coletti? And then,
I just have one question.
Mhm.
Is this the original Schedule A that was attached to the resolution?
It is,
55 pages.
yes, that is correct.
There's a lot of spots there's a lot of spots of an orange that are on this list. They're not even in West Haven.
I'm not aware of any spots in orange on this list.
Dogwood and.
folks, Ms. Coletti still has the floor. I'm
I'm
sorry.
so sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said
Sorry
well
about
done.
No
I'm
worries.
sorry.
That was my only question. Thank you.
I thought you said
Okay.
well done. I'm so sorry.
Anybody else have a question?
Thank you.
Councilwoman Garthwaite.
Hi, Ken.
Hi.
You said it was $550,000 we spent so far on the boardwalk cameras from Sandy Hook Playground to West Walk.
Yes, and just to be clear, guys, I'm giving you rough numbers. I don't have those numbers in front of me. It might be 560, might be 540. I'm gonna say 550 officially, but there's a real number out there around 550.
Okay, so is that, I remember reading some articles and hearing some stuff about, we might have accidentally hired an extra vendor.
No.
So that's just one vendor. That's just one.
No,
vendor.
there's 3 parts to this.
Okay.
There's a vendor who was a low bidder who actually dug all the trenching,
Mhm.
installed all the pipe, installed all the wires, and will be installing the poles. There's a second vendor who's a low bidder who provides the cameras, provides the call boxes, does all the front end work, connects everything to the bathhouse, and then coordinates the fiber optic line from the bathhouse to the police department. And then there's another vendor, in this case it's Frontier, who is charging monthly for the fiber optic line, and that will come out of ARPA through December of '26, and that's how you get to roughly 550.
Okay, so we didn't have any mistakes where we
No.
overspent? Okay, I just
Not
wanted
at
to
all.
make sure of that.
I promise you not, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you. Let me go to Councilwoman Callahan, and then we're gonna hear from the mayor for a second. Yep.
So Ken, I just wanted to ask, so actually, Melly, thank you, because you kind of clarified, and Kathy, thank you, for clarifying exactly where these cameras are, because I was kind of confused myself. So it goes from the, playground all the way to the bathhouses.
And zigzags into the parking lots.
Okay, and that's the
And
plan.
it goes past the bathhouses to West Walk, but not through West Walk.
Okay, so that's a good stretch.
Yeah.
But I also agree with Councilwoman Tucker that, we had talked about the other cameras. I know it's a stretch, and I know that, we're raising the street there on Beach Street. Would this be an opportunity? No.
No, you'd be ripping, you'd be
ripping.
ripping, as Beach Street develops, you'd be ripping these cameras out, and who wants poles in front of the Beach Street view? It's just not a viable, without spending a lot of
Well,
money.
I didn't,
Yeah.
I meant like even every, let's say, two's better than none, or just every,
It's not the number of cameras, it's the infrastructure to support the camera that's the issue.
so that would be an option before the street is complete.
No, definitely not. And I'm not aware of a city-owned building over there. In the area that we did, we had the bathhouse. We're powering everything out of there.
I was just thinking it was a good idea before we
Yeah, I
complete
understand
that, to complete it and then have to go back and revisit it.
All set?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Mayor Bohr?
Yeah. Ken, for the next meeting, can you put together a documentation in black and white, what it would cost to bring the cameras down Beach Street, just so we could see in front of us? It might be less than you anticipate, and what, including the infrastructure and the cameras.
Absolutely. So you'd go from West Walk down to First Avenue, am I correct, or further? I'm not sure.
Stows to Sandy Point is what I think we're
Stows-
talking about here, where the boardwalk ends.
Actually, if you could extend it down to the boat ramp, I think
That's-
that's a
that's what I'm
problem
thinking,
where we
okay.
have some areas, and I'd much rather see it at the boat ramp than
I'll have that for the next meeting for you.
other sections of Beach Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Tucker?
And maybe are there cameras on the other side of West Haven? Like on the beach side, aside from the boardwalk? Are there already cameras there, or is there a plan to have cameras there? Because what I'm looking at in this map here, they're all on the Allentown side of West Haven. All of these.
None
seem
of those
to be-
cameras exist.
I know that,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
this is the plan for them, right? So if we were to execute on this plan, why are they only on that side of West Haven and they're not dispersed all throughout the entire city?
So the plan was handed to me and approved by the city council. I don't have an answer for you.
All right, well, we need to look at that. Because I didn't know that's what that looked like. I mean, if you can look at this map, all you see is the cameras on the beach, and all the rest of them are on the other side of West Haven.
There's no the highway here.
Yeah.
Up a handful, not many.
Huh?
I'll say Councilwoman Tucker?
For the moment.
Okay. Councilwoman Heffernan.
Get the map. I mean, if you look, what I was talking about, orange, if you look at the Dogwood intersection of Dogwood and Orange Avenue, that is right at the corner of Target. That's
Mhm.
not West Haven.
Okay.
If you go to the Marshall Road 95 South off-ramp, if you move probably 250 feet, that might be West Haven, but that's orange. That's not West Haven. I mean, I know, but, I mean, they don't show the other, there's South Street down here, but I thought they're listed in like Baybrook. Baybrook was listed as well. That,
Right.
So I think
Some of
what
the
you're
things-
seeing is all the entrances to the city being covered by cameras.
okay. Whether it's not
Correct.
West Haven or,
Right,
I
right.
got it. So-
Every entrance to the city would be covered by camera. Not a bad tactic. I mean, if someone's fleeing the city after a crime,
Right.
you have to catch them that way.
Or
So,
we're
yeah.
mutual aid for Orange for fire response.
But I don't think cameras would be installed in Orange. I think they would just be at the border.
I'll say Councilwoman?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Garthwaite?
Councilman Tucker, I wanted to add that I believe that these were hot spots that the chief and his staff pinpointed. These were hot spots that maybe there was more crime, more activity going on. That's probably why you saw most of them in that area.
So that means that no crime happens on this side of West Haven, it all happens on the other side? I don't buy that.
Well,
That's even worse.
Councilwoman
Let's
Tucker,
stop.
She has the floor, I'm sorry.
Sorry, she's
Just
speaking
wanted to let
directly
you-
to me, though.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know so that you weren't. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mayor Board.
So, great discussion. It's a great opportunity. We have a lot of funding to spend, clearly not enough. But I think that's why I sent the list to the police chief. I'm not sure how this list was originally created, but did send it to him recently and said, identify the top priorities in the city of crime, no matter where it is in the city, where if you had your druthers, would you put these cameras? And then out of that 10, tell me what your top 5 are, because I don't know how much these cost, and I don't know how much we have money for. So just asked him to identify what those areas are, so that you can price them out.
Right.
So that we can make a little bit more of an informed decision. Do we extend it down the beach? Do we have,
Yeah.
we have to have the dollars and
sense.
cents in front of us in order to make, well, you do, you make the decision.
Well, not me.
Okay.
13.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Fargo.
Just one quick follow-up question. Is there a cap to how much, assuming that the council and the mayor are on the same page of that this project deserves additional funding, is there a cap of how much in ARPA funds we can allocate to any specific project?
No, my understanding is that this project list belongs to the council, but keep in mind, we're so far down the process, there'd be huge financial penalties on some of these projects if you took them away, because we have spent so much money, some are under contract, some are committed, you'd have to look at that carefully.
So somebody would have to evaluate the contracts to see what the cost of rescinding them, if that's possible, and.
Yeah, and it's also a revenue loss project, which is an issue. If you look over to the right-hand side column,
Yep.
these are all the projects that we couldn't do if there weren't revenue loss. So you would have to eliminate other projects not in revenue loss to increase the revenue loss amount for the cameras. And I think, I heard, and this came from Mr. Coulter, that you could spend all 29 million on cameras throughout the city. And that's what it would cost to do all the cameras, literally.
But we can't do that because that would mean 29 million goes into revenue loss.
You can't do it because you already spent 15 million and you committed to another 10.
Right.
Someone would be in trouble.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Coletti, you still have something?
I think it would just be more of a request, if it's further reevaluated by the police, that they also provide the data, the criteria by which they determine those decisions, whether it's violent crimes, shooting, something of that nature. It's just a request.
Okay.
Councilman Johnson.
I'm all set.
So pretty much just listening to this, what I will do at next week's police commissioners meeting as liaison, I will speak to the appropriate people, Chief Perno, Chairman Collins, and just say, can we just get some type of confirmation of, like Mayor Boris said, the process that was involved, because just kind of going back through sitting here down memory lane, there was, like Ken said, there was a multitude of voices on this in regards to dumping, the traffic violations, we started to have that small time frame of the motorcyclists and the road takeovers and just your generic hot spots of bad behavior, if you will. So, like Ken said, unfortunately, prices keep going up. There's a cost with everything. So, in a nutshell, I will, for the next meeting, and I'll touch base with you, Ken, at some point, and the mayor.
Thank you.
I'll get that information from the chief and the appropriate staff, so that way I think we have a better understanding of how that process came to be. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Ken, I believe there's a lot of questions on this, so obviously we're gonna dig a little deeper. We have a lot of new
Sure.
members here, so.
Of course.
The questions, hopefully we can get something answered by the police department and narrow it down to what we're looking at. Hot button topic, and I can see why. All right, do you wanna keep going? Anybody
Sure.
have any other questions on that?
Moving on to Painter Park. This is a $1 million line item budget for a field house. That field house would go where the pit is now at Painter Park. We found a path for sewer and water. We found a path for electricity. We don't have a pass for gas yet, and we're waiting for a site plan before this can go out to bid. All the construction documents are done. We're just waiting for the site plan, and we're pushing the Russell and Dawson engineer to provide that. EMS premium pay, we're holding $1,030,000 here. That's, I guess, being negotiated between MARB and the city, and there's gonna be some funds there at some point. Moving on down to the Housing Crisis Grant Fund. That's Columbus House. They've not been very responsive, and that's something that we should look at a little closer, that $354,000. Haley School Ramp, we have $100,000, but the bid came in at $57,000. We vetted that vendor. He made it through the scope review. We do have 17,000. Actually, I thought it was 10,000. I'll have to check that, but we have 17,000 in soft costs. There is some funds that'll drop down to contingency there. The track is down to punch list, and we have convinced the vendor by holding back a large sum to give us in right $369,000 we're holding back to give us in writing that he'd replace all the fencing that we felt was poor quality that he just installed. So that's and he gave us that in writing, and we released the check, and we still owe him some money. HVAC Noble Community Center rooftop, it's $165, waiting for the units to come in. Main breakers, we've identified the need for the main breaker at City Hall and Noble Street to be replaced. Literally, if we turn the main breaker off, it's not coming back on. It's 6 weeks to get another breaker. Okay, so we're working on that. Kerrigan boilers. The boilers have been delivered to the old Armstrong building. There's a vendor over there who, for very little money, was a low bidder, accepted the boilers, sent us pictures. They're all in good shape. We just had the walkthrough on January 23rd at the school. We're now going through the process of how we're going to work with the kids in the school, and the low bidder should be identified sometime in early March when the bids come in. Bleacher repairs, the word emergencies there, don't that throw you? 60,000, that's got to go out to bid. Community mental health, Bridges has signed the contract, the city has signed the contract, and we're going to start receiving invoices of that very soon. Aid to small business, we actually did have 3 additional vendors apply. Each one failed enormously at their application. We're talking the wrong dates, we're talking the wrong criteria, it didn't work out well. So there's some funds there still. Support for the arts, we have a contract signed for $125 for New Haven Arts Council to do micro grants, and the rest will be run through a blue ribbon panel for West Haven. The police shed walkthrough is tomorrow at 3:30, and it just got rescheduled. So I'll get back to you on that. That's the bidder walkthrough. And I think I missed Allentown, which is up further. That walkthrough is on Wednesday. And that's everything I have for you on projects. We're getting close.
Any questions on the existing projects? Councilwoman Callahan?
Yes, on Kerrigan, if the boilers, can they do that when the kids are on vacation? Because you mentioned that it's a problem, it's a longer,
They'll do more of it when the kids are on vacation, but it's like a 4 or 5 month job.
okay,
Oh, yeah,
I don't know,
yeah.
I'm not,
Yeah.
it was a thought, I didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah,
Or the summer?
Well, that's part of it. So I think to be successful and have these boilers up and running for the end of August, is we have to work 3 o'clock. The challenge is taking down the ceilings and not have to put them back every night, because that will kill the job. So we'll take ceilings down in the classrooms, those will be back every night, and then we've committed to 1 hallway only that will be open at any given time.
Yeah.
And then we'll continue. So they gotta replace, they have to put new piping, they have to repipe the entire school. So,
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, I had no idea, it was just a thought.
Fi-
so-
5 boilers and all new piping, and we're creating a second boiler room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Loss?
Just one more.
Sure.
This is all great stuff, and I guess maybe the question's not for you, maybe the question's for David Taylor, but I was gonna vote for 300 grand, but I was gonna make it conditional. In that, how are you working with our friends in procurement and finance to ensure this becomes institutionalized in the DNA of West Haven, so that the city marches forward with processes like this so that we're successful?
The answer is, I've been here since 2005.
Yep.
And for many years, you would create a bill, there was no PO.
Yep.
And you'd have to come and convince the finance director that this was a real bill.
Yep.
And that opens it up to all kinds of things. This finance team, Dave Taylor and Ricky Spryer and others,
Yep.
because you have some excellent people working, they created a PO system that is second to none, and nobody gets a dime unless a PO is created. So you've gone from trying to convince somebody leaning over their shoulder at a desk that this is a bill you should pay, and you know what happens then, right? To give us the PO number. We only issue a PO when all the documentation has been reached. They look at Munis, and yes, that's a real bill, pay it. They've turned the city around 180 degrees.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my big thing is, I would want to walk away from this, I'm sure the city does too, that, you know, this becomes like, this is standard work for us now. You know, the supplier onboarding, the vetting, and all that other stuff, that it becomes part of the city's DNA. And 12 years from now, we know that it's been institutionalized, and this kind of stuff's never gonna happen again.
So I would just to, yes, we'll do all that, but just to, a little caveat. Some of the things you're seeing here are federal funds requirements that
Sure.
are specific to federal funds.
Sure.
And will we implement those in our grants department? To to ensure that we are complying with all federal funds, because
Yeah.
it's not just ARPA. ARPA's a
Yep.
little trickier than the rest, but
Yep.
a lot of these things apply to that.
Sure.
Do I need to get a UEI number? That's a unique identification number.
Yeah, sure.
That only the federal government supplies. For somebody to come and cut down a tree out here, no, not unless I'm using federal funds.
Sure.
So, we are very interested, I think you've heard me say it before, and very adamant that we use proper procedures
Yep.
and processes and good internal controls here. And we will apply these as needed to federal fund requirements. And, you know, there are state funds, there are all kinds of places, but the requirements are there. That's all I got.
Would you kind of agree that in order to kind of make this stuff happen, and you talked about it earlier, that it's a tremendous amount of administrative burden here. So would you agree that in order to do this going forward, to make this happen, for this to become part of the city's DNA, this is how we roll here, that there's certain resources that would have to be taken into consideration to kind of make this happen, just thinking forward?
Yes, we do have two or three open positions in the grant department that we're
Yep.
seeking to fill.
Okay.
That would take on a lot of that.
Okay.
And we have a number of positions in the finance department that we're filling. Procurement is expanding their ranks.
Yeah,
So
okay.
those kind of resources are being developed. We don't have another project that's $29 million, that's so all-encompassing.
Yep.
And a desire to spend it so far on, 30 projects?
Yeah.
You know, that created the monster, if you
Sure,
will.
sure.
Because it's over and over
Yep.
and over again,
Yep.
30 times.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the stuff that's upcoming. I mean, you have this $1.25 million grant for Lake Street.
But we'll be dealing with
Yeah,
3 vendors?
yeah. Yeah, but I'm assuming, you know, when it comes to project management, procurement, approvals and all that stuff, you're gonna march to the beat of these drums when you go through that procurement cycle or that project scope.
On a state requirement level,
Sure.
correct.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for that.
Thank you. Mayor Bohr, would you like to add anything about the project?
Yes, so good questions, and to David's point, we do have a grants accountant, and they would have different requirements. Some might be more strict, some might not be, but, we do have a good, PO system, it's called no PO, no pay. So there's no more POs without, no more pay without POs, but it's a good roadmap, yeah. I just wanted to touch on a couple of other things that Ken mentioned. On the stormwater problem areas, there was, that was CDM Smith that did that evaluation of the catch basins across the city. They provided their report recently. I met with them over at the sewer plant. It's quite a report,
Yes, it
but I'm
is.
getting through it to determine what our, I don't think it's any surprise that flooding is one of the greatest issues we have here across West Haven. So looking at that and prioritizing where we spend the funding to address those areas is gonna be critical. So, that report is finally done, the mapping of the catch basins. On the housing crisis grant, you know, it's just not come together with Columbus
Right.
House. I
Correct.
think we have to, shift gears, and, that's where some of this warming center, that first warming center that we've had overnight, for the first time in West Haven, some of that funding's gonna come out of here because we have the money to help people.
And the
who don't
resolution
have
allows
homes.
that to happen.
Yes, right. And then the aid to small business, we're really excited. I've been working with Olivia on a project that, we're gonna offer micro grants to businesses, up to $10,000 for, improvement of facades. And, you know, in keeping with COVID and kind of healthy atmosphere, doors, windows, and HVAC system. And this is a perfect example where UHY comes in handy, because when we first started putting this project together 3 weeks ago, or 4 weeks ago, it all blends, we were told that we could only give it to businesses that were negatively impacted by COVID. But then, there's new businesses that are that came into West Haven since COVID. We don't want to totally be restricted, because if there is a block that we could help with making the block look a little bit more uniform with the facades, so then UHY, the guidelines changed. And then, yes, you can do it if they weren't negatively impacted by COVID. And that's the kind of thing we need UHY to do, so we don't have to read every time a new guideline comes out. And let's say we have 10 businesses or 20 businesses that take advantage of that grant. That's going to be 10 or 20 contracts that we have to put together for each business, and that's where that accountant comes in. So, but really excited about that project, and we're going to be launching it and talking to you all about it as soon as we iron it out. And then I had something else, but I didn't think I'll talk about it next time.
All right.
Yeah.
Any other questions on this?
Have a
Seeing none,
wonderful
can we
night.
let Ken go?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep us rolling, and we'll move on to. All right, council as a whole is now over at 9:06, and we're going to move on to Finance Committee. Councilwoman Akbarali.
Pascal, I apologize for my voice. The time is now 9:06, and your Committee on Finance is now in session. Council members present are Councilman Vargo, Councilman Locks, Councilwoman Tucker, Councilman Johnstone, and myself, Councilwoman Akbarali, as chairwoman. Our first order of business is our year-to-date budget review. Is David out there?
Yeah.
Okay. Dave? Mr. Taylor, do you have a year-to-date budget review for us today?
Yes, I do.
Perfect.
I'm gonna separate the Ken from the me down here, sorry. Sorry, I just needed a minute with David.
That's okay.
So you should have received the packet. I believe Diane was gonna put it on your desk, and I did email it to all. So this report is for December. I hope to have January at next meeting, so
Okay.
Get caught back up.
Okay, thank you.
So we're halfway through the year on this report, and no surprise, we're tracking favorably in investment income, because I've been telling you that every month. And in fact, we are within $100,000 of the budget right now. So obviously, unless I were to lose my mind, we'll continue to make money there, and it'll be great for the city. That, and then planning and zoning, which, as we've been talking about, all the new business and the projects that are going on around the city, they've almost hit their budget for the year, so they're getting very close there. Additionally, the delay in bonding has allowed me to have more funds available than I was projecting. So I think it's gonna approach $3 million, just those items, so far as less expenditure or more revenue when you total it all up. We are still working through the budget process to get a really good estimate on spending for the rest of the expenditures. And once we have that, we should have a fairly good estimate for the year on what I believe will be a surplus.
Do you know approximately how much that would be?
I'm not ready to talk about that tonight, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
And I don't. The shorter answer is no.
Okay.
So revenue, as of December, was 94, almost 95 million, 55% of budget, right on target. We had excellent January, as we usually do. So we'll have really good news there. We'll be very close to the full budget. And our state fundings is on target. We received additional funds in January, so that number will go up. Talked about investments and how we're managing that and the $100,000 difference between what we've made so far and our plan for the year. We are closing the bonds on the 15th, so we'll have an influx of cash there. That combined with the heavy tax collection in January has increased what I've been able to invest and will increase it further. So we should continue to see some nice returns. However, I'm hearing that interest rates will go down. So, you can't have everything. So the downward pressures on cash would include the Washington School, the Kerrigan boilers, and again, the ARPA projects we've been just talking about. It's the same pool of money. So we'll be using that money. Talked about planning and development already. We're generally on target everywhere else. So far, we've spent 38% of our budget. I'm sorry, 38 million, and we're 45% of the budget. Once again, open positions, finance and public safety are generally funding the overtime in those departments. We also have some additional spending that's going on in financial services for risk management due to the substitution of contract help. You might remember, and I think, I know Chris hasn't appeared to you, but we've talked about some of the great work he's doing for us. He was on contract, but we recently were able to hire him due to the mayor's skills. She did a great job selling the idea of working for the city full-time. So we're just thrilled that he's joined us. I've mentioned this before, we had projects in IT having to do with network security that caused us to have to work at off hours and overtime to make sure that we had no interruptions in service. And we do have some unfilled positions in many departments, and the mayor has spoken already about our efforts to hire qualified people to fill these roles, and thankful that she's made that a priority. And we're currently in interviews and hiring stage, so we have placed a few. We've got a lot more to go, but we'll get there. Sewer, really nothing to report there. They will see a great January as well. Everything's on target there. Also the fire department. Again, a great January. When the city gets its money, everybody else does. So.
Excellent. Thank you. I really appreciate these report summaries. It really breaks everything down. Does anybody have any questions? Councilman Butler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, David, thank you. I'm looking at the document, a couple of quick questions that says year-to-date budget report is I think it's the expenses from the general fund. The bottom line of all the budget expenses, really look great that we're on track, but a couple of the specific ones I'm looking at, page 2, under legal services, item 52480, OP ROF serve, is that outside counsel?
No, it's not. The line right above that is outside counsel,
Okay.
and we are, we do expect to overspend that line in particular. We do have a lot of needs for outside counsel currently. We've had them this year. In fact, Mr. Dorsey and I were talking about that this afternoon. However, you did start to ask about the other professional services. We had been paying our risk manager the contract temporary help out of there, but I'm reallocating that down to my department, because that is really where that belongs. So that money will be available to him, and he does have some needs for it. He's got a couple of projects that are gonna require some help there. I will be over even more, and we'll talk about that, how we're gonna fund that.
Okay. On page 11, the solid waste block of items, can you tell me what the difference is between 52910 and 15 trash pickup and trash city?
Just a second, please. As I recall, the trash pickup, which is the larger number, is the picking up of trash from our neighborhoods. And Trash City is the trash I generate on a daily basis.
Gotcha. Say no more. Please don't. And my last question is, the last report for in January that we received, I was concerned about the overtime numbers, and you explained that it's being funded through the unfilled positions. As we are filling those positions, because the mayor has rightfully taken that as a priority.
Yes.
As we are doing that, obviously those funds are not going to be available. So let's assume that the mayor is successful in filling a decent number of those positions between now and the end of this fiscal year. Will that result in less overtime needed? I'm assuming the answer is perhaps, depending on where those positions are. But what happens if there's overtime in one department, but we didn't hire for that department, and we don't have those monies to play around with?
So we do have over $1 million in contingencies, and some of the positions will be totally funded out of that because they're new positions that you've approved. However, now, most of the overtime is being generated in public safety. If we are fortunate enough to find enough policemen to fill the ranks, we can bring that overtime way down. We've never quite been able to get there. I don't know how long. Some of you have been here longer than I, and I can't think of a time when we haven't had that. So, however, I think your question is, if we fill the positions, will we be able to come out of this year with a clean budget?
Basically, that if we fill position in Department A, but we don't have overtime problems in Department A, we have it in Department B, and we don't have money to move around. I'm concerned that we're going to have a situation that we are hiring folks, we have to incur those salaries, overtime is still high, so therefore the total outlay for personnel is a deficit to us.
So if you look through here, and thank you for looking through here, there are a number of departments where not only is the salary line low, the total line might be at 30%, something like that. We won't spend overtime there. The savings that we've experienced year to date, we don't lose that. So while the salaries for the rest of the year will hit full, we still will have that savings. That's not going to go away, and we can use that to fund the other departments.
So the net bottom line will either be even or a surplus, hopefully.
That's my experience and how this has worked over a number of years. When I did the analysis, and I'll do it again as we get the 5-year plan together, it did support ultimately a net savings.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Councilman Johnston?
Thank you, Chairwoman. David, kind of going back down memory lane here, and if you don't have an answer, that's okay, because I know you and the mayor and all the department heads have been really busy getting the next budget ready. And this question also kind of goes to the grants office with Miss Olivia sitting there. Do we happen to have, I remember asking for it, maybe you do too, is there any potential update on a grants list coming our way down the road? I see the smile. I mean, and I get it. I know we're trying to fill positions, and Olivia's buyers. I get all that. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Is there been any chance to update anything that's coming our way?
It is on Lydia's list, I'll say that. If you want to add to that, you may.
So we have a grants tracking list that we use internally, but there's no way for us to pull a report of all of the grants off Munis. So we don't have a specialized software for that. That's something that we've talked about with David a little bit, is getting an upgrade, and I don't know how it works, our package for Munis, so that we can do that and pull that report. I can bring a manually generated list of grant projects that we're currently working on. Anything that we haven't closed out, I do have it. It's on my computer. I just want to preface it with that it's manually. I put it together and I track it every week. We update it, but it's not going to have financial drawdowns and all of that kind of like hard accounting information that I think you might be looking for. I can tell you about awards, how much we got, where the project might be at. It's a very expansive list. So just nothing wrong with that, but I'm just letting you know. So I'm happy to bring that.
I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, I'm happy to bring that. There's some old stuff on there that hasn't been closed out from previous employees, and it's long, so.
Do we have an idea what that program would cost to make us more efficient?
I don't. We work with a consultant from Scrog, and she has a couple different suggestions she had made. I don't know. I don't have a number. I
That's
just
okay.
know we were looking at a couple different options. So.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm all set, thank you, Chairwoman.
Just had a couple questions for you, David.
Sure.
So I noticed in the budget report, I did have this issue in the past, and I asked the question. There's a lot of miscellaneous equipment or items. Is there any way to get an actual line item so that we can have detailed numbers with that line item, or is that money used for something else?
I'm sorry, where in particular? I
So,
don't think I followed the whole.
No, that's okay.
whole question.
An example would be on page 2. It's item 53250, miscellaneous equipment. It's under Allentown Fire Department, which is an example. So would there be an option to have actual line items listed with the numbers? Because I didn't know whether or not that money would be used for something else other than equipment.
So it is possible to produce a complete listing of every journal entry that went into an account. And-
Right.
And it would include the POs and what it was paid for and all that
Mhm.
kind of information. So yes, we can do that. To provide that, you know, in this form, I think it would be a disservice for the group to have to go through all of that. I mean, it would be
Right.
that thick every month.
Right.
But if there are questions and things you would like me to dive into and
Yeah.
provide an analysis from time to time,
That'd be great.
I can do that. But you know,
Absolutely.
if you could just, you know, let us know
Yeah.
what those are,
Absolutely.
we could.
No,
we
I
can do
really
that.
appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Lori,
Oh,
did you have
sure.
a question?
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. I just wanted to touch on the overtime because it is an issue for us. So understandably, public safety and public works have the most overtime, but the other area that has significant overtime is water pollution control. So 2 of the employees that were listed as some of the highest paid in the city were over at the WPCA due to overtime. So last week I literally worked at the sewer plant, as you know. Thank you for the visit. To try to get my arms around, you know, what's going on with the budget, what's going on with the expenses, and what's going on with the overtime. There is no manager over at the WPCA because you need a superintendent that has a Class 4 license, and there's a shortage across the state. So I don't want to say it's gone unmanaged, but because we do have an employee who has stepped up and is working out of his class to help be the administrator there, but they're off-site, and there's really, you know, I tried to get, it took me days to get my arms around exactly what is budgeted for salaries, what is budgeted for overtime, and what are we actually spending. So we made a lot of progress, but, you know, it was a little bit of a mess. So we're working on the overtime over there, including making sure that our workers are working safe hours overtime as well, because there's regulations around that. So I've asked our new risk manager to make sure he sends me what all the OSHA laws are for all of our departments with respect to overtime and how many hours they work. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, I can't remember if I mentioned this last council meeting, but we did send something to all employees and department heads that overtime will not be paid without a prior approval and a justification. So with the exception of public safety and public works. So trying to get our arms around overtime, but it's been a little daunting, right?
Any questions for David? Councilwoman Callahan?
Yes, hi, David. Just to go back with, Sarah's comment on the, miscellaneous, I just happened to pick up on one on page 1 on sewer. The miscellaneous in that particular line item is $335,000. So in that case, I would probably have to agree with you that, with Councilwoman, Sarah, that, maybe in that particular case, that's kind of a big number to see, you know, what is, considered miscellaneous in that. And my other, comment or question is, with the fire department in Allentown, because I am the liaison there as well. And I agree with Mayor Bohr about, you know, safety is first, and that's a big line item with overtime as well, at 67%. I do know thank you to Mr. Masori, who's been keeping me informed with the meetings, and going to the meetings there, that they are shorthanded. So, like, I guess my question is that, once those positions are filled, that overtime should kind of match when those positions are filled.
Speaking for the chief, but yes.
Yeah, no, because we've talked about that. So, but those are two major things to look at too. And I love that Mayor Bohr and has talked about, as far as overtime goes, that it, you know, has to be pre-approved, which I think is going to help too. So, all right, well, thank you.
Just want to point out on the $335,000 that we spent zero year to date. But it would be good to get, I don't get a lot of detail from the sewer on what exactly they're spending, because they have their own commission, and they provide their budget to us. I know the mayor's been drilling down on some of this, so.
Right.
Has asked all of us to provide more details on the sewer budget, so I anticipate we'll have a better product.
I think so. Well, I think now that, you know, we have more eyes on the different areas, so, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
The budget from last year in preparation for the one that's coming.
Yeah.
We asked, before, I think maybe at one of the prior meetings, and you said just, everything's just been busy back up.
This is the only copy I have right now. I have sent
we
it
have
to,
some?
it's out of my hands so far as when the copies are produced. I provided the data to the members of our team that can do it. They don't work for me. And other important things have come up, and unfortunately they were, you know, they were higher priority than producing this. I know that's hard to understand, but that's what I'm told. And there were, in particular, let me give you, for instance, we had a person go out on leave. It was very important that this job be filled, and so that took me several weeks. That took several weeks of time away from us. So I've asked for it. It just hasn't been done yet.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that there's grass growing under your feet or anything like that. I know you're busy and
I am not
working
going to
really
stand
hard,
at a
so that's-
copier and produce
That's not what
50
I'm
to
asking,
100
but I think
copies of this.
somebody in City Hall has to be able to provide the city council with what we need
Yeah, I
to
know.
plan for the budget
So,
going forward. So I think I understand you're busy.
You do have it in
However-
electronic form, and that can be printed, but it won't be the pretty thing with the things. So,
In preparation for our
I mean, I could
budget
have
planning
that printed
cycle.
for all of you.
We're just asking for what we
Quickly.
need to make sure that
I
we
know.
get our work done.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I really want the formalized packet for all of you. That's what I desire.
Thank you. Just on that point, I don't think that the new council members have the approved budget electronically. I looked online, and what I saw was the original proposed budget from Mayor Rossi. I
Right.
don't see the
Final.
approved budget, which is different, I believe.
It is different, and I thought that I'd submitted that for posting online, so I'm
Yeah,
surprised.
I didn't see it on the website.
I'm surprised to hear that, so I'll look into it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. I am gonna need you for the MARB meeting update, if you don't mind.
Okay. So the MARB subcommittee met the other week, February 6th or 7th, and really wasn't a lot of activity there, nothing that noteworthy, other than the Board of Ed did come and present their budget. We did actually make a note or two here, so if you give me just a moment. too many copies of this laying around. Okay. The BOE presented their budget, and that will go forward to the full MAR on the 22nd for their review and input. And the last agenda I saw, the teacher's contract would be on potentially on there for next time, if not the time after that. We do not have any major items on there, just a purchase of a truck or two, or, just little things like that generally is what I'm seeing on there for next time. So it's not a lot of, big stuff.
Great.
At some point, we're expecting the Whittlesey report to be published, but that's of course very secret at this time.
Right.
It's in executive session, and we'll hope to give you some sort of update very quickly, very soon, and let you know what's going on as soon as we know.
Excellent. Councilman Locke, did you want to add anything as liaison?
No, not really. I mean, just the things that were covered that were important were the bond rating, of course, the improvement there. Of course, everybody was thrilled with that.
Yeah, I'd love to give a report on that to this group if you'd like. It wasn't on the agenda.
And then, of course, we talked about all the new positions that Dorinda is attempting to fill. So we went through that. I think for all intents and purposes, people kind of walked away, pleased with what took place. There are a bunch of things that we approved, and I believe the next meeting is where the teacher's contract is going to be hashed out.
And that'll be the full mark.
Yeah. So, and I think that's February 26th. So, February 26th.
I think it was
Second?
22nd.
Okay.
So as was mentioned, we did get I was amazed, the mayor was expecting it, but we did get an upgrade in our credit rating from BBB to BBB plus from Standard & Poor's. And on top of that, they went from not a negative outlook, but they gave us a positive outlook. Those two things enabled us to get, number one, we had affordable insurance for the bonds that we could also get. So if you think about, you're an investor, you had an entity with a BBB rating, that's kind of the bottom of the investment grade, and now they have a BBB plus. Not only that, but a positive outlook from Standard & Poor's, and they went and bought insurance, and that now makes your bonds way more attractive, opens up the bond pool, and you have way more people interested in them. In fact, we had, I can't remember if it was somewhere between 6 and 8 entities put in bids for the whole package of what we went to market with. It was an amazing day, February 1st, when we went to market. We had, our longest bonds were 8 times subscribed. Our note for the high school, if you remember, you guys authorized that we could borrow up to for the whole high school, and we're in a situation now where we've spent all the money. We're waiting on the state to give us what they owe us, and that takes time. It's taken time for every municipality in the state, and so we're just standing in line. But by funding that ourselves, now we're in a position to where we can actually have funds on hand to pay for Washington School, to continue our capital programs, and while we wait for that permanent funding. So we were roughly 7.5% times oversubscribed on the whole thing. We went out needing to bond 19 million because of we were able to then negotiate the yield rates down. Our yield rates came in about 3.7% on the whole thing, on 5% coupon bonds. We only had to, we were able to reduce the amount of bonds by $1 million. So so we went from 19 to 18. This will save the city money every time we make a payment. Just been a really great experience a really great day for the city when that happened. It just positive, really. Everything will close on the 15th, so just a couple of days from now. I don't know, Mayor, did you have anything to add? I mean, you were very involved in the meeting, so.
No, it was a great day. It was a fun experience watching the market and watching them bid on us. I had never experienced that before.
It's pretty cool.
So it was an educational process for me as well, but we did really, really well. And we'll be saving money, and I hope investors were watching. And the MARB was very pleased too. Thank you, David, for all your hard work.
I enjoyed it very much.
How are you? Again, but, I feel you do a great job.
Thank you.
The police pension was never mentioned
It was not.
at this meeting. And does anybody know what the reluctancy of passing that is? Why they're so reluctant now?
So it's
Hold on.
not coming before them right now because there is litigation pending. There's a suit that's been made naming OPM as a defendant and naming the city as a defendant. Until that's settled in some way or another, the MARB won't consider it. That's currently what's keeping anything from happening.
Okay. I mean, I'm not obviously a lawyer. I thought that lawsuit came in because the MARB would not pass it.
Because they didn't act at all.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Taylor? Mayor,
Yes,
Mayor Board?
yeah. There's, it's not just the police, there's a struggle between the union process, right, and the MARB process, because it's not spelled out in litigation. There's a Labor Act that says if a contract or an issue is not resolved within a certain time frame, it's ratified, and this is what the teachers brought up. They came to the subcommittee meeting, and it was a little frustrating because the MARB asked us not to speak about the teacher's contract at the subcommittee meeting because it would come up before the full board. And, the teachers are saying, we negotiated this contract in good faith. We're saying it's approved because a certain amount of days has gone by. MARB is saying, well, not so fast. We're by law, we really have that oversight. I don't think that's really clear. I think we're in a much better place. I'm hopeful at the full MARB board that this teacher's contract will be approved because they did negotiate in good faith based on the numbers that the governor, we all passed when I was a legislator last year. There's the struggle with the police. We see a struggle with the fire as well with the MARB. So it's something that we're working through, and there's a difference of opinion of who has authority over these contractual issues. There are rules in place that allow contracts to be negotiated, and again, in good faith. And I think these unions deserve a lot of the benefits that are coming before the MARB, and we're going to encourage the MARB to take action. Without taking action, we're going to open ourselves. So we're a defendant in this police pension action now. We, the city, even though we were supportive. So we have to get to the bottom of a lot of this so that so our employees can feel supported, and that we could resolve who exactly has the authority. But ideally, we need to be able to stand on our own 2 feet and make our own decisions. That's the bottom line here, and that's what we're trying to accomplish. And hopefully we get to that place soon, so we can make our own decisions for our employees.
Thank you, Mayor.
It adds a layer of difficulty, not just with our unions, but with every contract we go out.
Right.
We want to buy the chief at the police department a new car. It's over $50,000. So, we have to hold up, don't sell that car to anybody else. We need to go over here, and get approval. And that's just the way it is right now.
And we're restricted sometimes in the meetings as to what we can say. They tell us ahead of time, don't discuss this and don't discuss that, when it's something that we think it's important. And we know they're there for a reason, right? But I'm hopeful and we're making progress, and I hope we get to a better place. Thank you.
And they've been very helpful.
Thank you, Mayor Bora. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Taylor? Seeing as there isn't any more questions, thank you, Mr. Taylor, so much. I really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Next order of business, communication B from Joseph Perno, Chief of Police, regarding animal shelter donations. I'd like to make a motion to open this up.
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Does anybody on the committee have any questions regarding this? Anybody on the council have any questions regarding this? Seeing as there aren't any questions, all those approved?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Communication L from Olivia Basanti, Assistant Grant Writer, regarding the acceptance of $2 million grant from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection for upgrades to pump station location at East Avenue and Dawson Avenue. Olivia, did you want to come up and discuss this, please? Good evening.
Sure.
I'm gonna open it, yeah. I'd like to open this up, I'm sorry, for discussion, and to have Olivia talk about it. May I have a motion? Second?
Second.
Thank you. Sorry, Olivia, go ahead. Sorry. Good evening. So tonight I'm bringing to you a grant that's coming through DEEP. It was originally bond funding. It's funneling through DEEP. It's $2 million to renovate our pump station. So these are the Dawson, there's one on Dawson and Ocean, and then one on East and Beach. So this is already an ongoing project. Abdul's working on it. He's at about 60% design. So this is already in motion, and then this funding is going to help supplement the total project cost. These are pump stations that are they're low-lying. They're basically at water level. So they're at risk for a lot of coastal flooding. They're out of compliance with FEMA regulations about elevation and structures in that area. So this project, in the end, will leave us with new pump stations. They'll be renovated in different ways. And like I said, it's in design, so this money is really just going to supplement some of the total project costs. And it's a very flexible funding pool, the $2 million. So tonight I'm just asking that you guys accept the money as the city council, and then we'll get to work on kind of refilling our well for this project. Very good. So I did notice that in the description, there's going to be bathrooms put at each location.
Not necessarily at each, it's in design, so that's kind of, and the mayor can speak to this quite a bit. She worked with Abdul before she was elected mayor actually on this. But it's in design, so I don't want to speak too much to it. I don't know if you wanted to add anything about the specifics.
Absolutely.
Sure. So, upgrading the pump stations at Dawson and Ocean and East and Beach are a $20 million project. The $2 million is gonna help with the aesthetics and the bathrooms at East Avenue. They can't fit bathrooms at Dawson.
Okay.
Because, both of these pump houses are going up.
Right.
East Avenue is gonna be extended because there's room there, along the beach to extend it to allow for the bathrooms.
Right.
And there'll also be, hopefully in the design is a shower head underneath and, ability to put lifeguard, our lifeguard, what do you call this? Yeah, those chairs, to store them underneath so we don't have to bring them back
Right.
and forth. And because these structures are going up, if you have a bathroom, you have to have the handicap ramp that's, elongated. And there's just no room at Dawson, there's not enough of a platform. So the $2 million is really for the aesthetic upgrades of both of them because they were gonna be those ugly cinder blocks
Right.
like they are today. But this will help make them Cape Coddy.
Yes.
And put some decent roofs on them, and then, bathrooms at East Avenue.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor
Yeah.
Laura. I think it's a great opportunity and a great grant. So I am definitely in favor. Does anybody on the committee have any questions?
No.
Olivia, Councilman Watts?
The scope of work, who put that together?
This is a combination of me and Abdul.
Okay. Is there dating or a timeline associated with this? I know we're talking about $2 million, he's in the design phase.
So, I talked to him about now it's been 5 hours, but about 2 o'clock today we sat down. So he's at 60% design. He estimates 3 months-ish, he'll be at 100% design. Then it has to get reviewed for permitting with FEMA and DEEP. And he was optimistic about going out to bid towards the end of the year and then construction next year. But
So it's not till 2025, really?
well, the money is now, so
Yep.
that's funding that we can accept and spend now
Yep.
to do some of the aesthetic stuff, just like the designing. But yes, correct.
Wow, okay. Wow.
Councilman, if you have any more questions?
Yeah, just, so, of course, I'm big on timelines, like, when is this all gonna get done? And I'm sure we have constituents who also wanna know that. So, back in the December's meeting, we approved Communication G for 1.25 million for Lake Street and Colonial Boulevard. So, does anybody know the status of that project?
I don't have a contract yet from the state.
Okay.
So until I get a contract, we can't spend any money. It won't be eligible for reimbursement.
Okay. So maybe that's a question for Mayor Borer. Obviously, we all signed and approved this on December 3rd or 11th, whatever that date was.
You're talking about Colonial Boulevard?
Yeah, Colonial
Okay.
Boulevard. And so 60 days have gone by. So I guess my question is, when it comes to the part where all acts things deemed necessary for appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents and that sort of thing, do we know if that piece, at a minimum, has been completed?
What part?
Well, we approved this document, and it talks
Is-
about
are you-
documents on behalf of the city and that sort of thing.
Are you on Lake Street or pump stations?
No, I'm talking about the Lake Street.
Yeah.
That Communication G from the December meeting where we approved it.
Yes, yes. So, I can't wait to talk about this when we talk about a project manager on the agenda.
Yes.
So Lake Street, in CDM Smith, and I met with them the other day, part of their scope was evaluating. So they have to design the part at the ocean first and work their way backwards up Colonial Boulevard. I thought it worked actually the other way, but they have to start where the water comes out. So they are in the design phase, but to Olivia's point, we didn't have a contract. Just like the pump stations, I want to remind you, I got this $2 million for these pump stations 2 years ago.
2021.
2 years ago, December 2021,
Right.
and this money has
Yeah.
sat there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so it's one of my frustrations, one of the reasons I ran is because we were getting all this funding, whether it was Lake Street or pump stations or the art center or whatever, and none of this money has moved. So it's been very slow.
Yeah.
Olivia's moving the contracts along, trying to make these things a priority, so.
Yeah, and just to add, like, contracting is really out of our hands for any grant. So,
Yep.
you know, you get the award and it's
Right.
really exciting, and you get the email and they tell you you're going to get the funding, but they have, especially with federal funding, they have their own lawyers up at the EPA, USDA, at the state, and
Sure.
they're backed up and they have to write these really long, comprehensive list of regulations on how we can spend the money. So it just, sometimes the mayor just signed to speak to the Lydia Sanford Street that was mentioned earlier, just signed that last week, and that was awarded in June of 23. I got an email and they said, hey, you got the money, and then we got the contract. And that's just something, it's just kind of a grants thing. It's unfortunate. And we do our best to push them along and remind them that we're waiting and we're ready, but it's just kind of a reality sometimes.
Sure. I'm assuming that, not to segue into this project management position, but I'm assuming that the PM you hire is going to be able to come to this meeting or going to be able to do a report out on where each stage of these projects are, whether it's hung up with the feds, whether, you've gone through the RFP process, whether it's, you're putting the specifications and that sort of thing together. I'm assuming that would be this person's role to tie everything together.
Yes.
Just as a point of order, this is great discussion, but it's more suited for old business. We should stick to communication L, which is what we're in right now. I just wanted to bring it back to that, okay?
Thank you, Chairman. Does anybody else on the committee have any questions? Councilman Vargo.
Thank you. Olivia, this is a $2 million that's just gonna be added to the pool of money that is gonna be needed for the project in its totality, right? Or is this designated for a specific purpose?
It's designated to the construction aspect of the aesthetic upgrades that the mayor mentioned, that's an eligible expense, yes. Urban Act grants, anything that comes from State Bond Commission is relatively flexible. So they have our submission that we made, and it's pulled from that scope of work that you guys have.
Is this a reimbursement grant?
Yes, we will draw it down as we go.
Okay. The last thing I just have to say is that it seems like, I've only had 3 meetings or 4 meetings, and it seems like every meeting you have a new grant that you're sending to us, so you're really doing your job, and this is not easy work, and I applaud you for everything that you're doing to find us money. Thank you.
This is old, as the mayor said, and it did sit there, and they were emailing a dead email address for a couple months, so it came to me, and now we're here, and thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? Open up to the council. Anybody on the council have any questions for Olivia?
Do you want me to address the Sanford base? I'm getting.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll just, yeah, I mean.
I don't know the whole desert. I don't know how to.
Are you now still?
Yeah, we're still, on the communication, so we're just gonna leave it there. Anybody else on the council have any questions for Olivia regarding communication out? Very good. Thank you so much, Olivia.
Thank you.
She has another communication? She has another communication?
When can you ask questions about those kind of
Old-
things? Is it
old
supposed to
business.
be added
Old
later?
or new, if it's something that we've already discussed, it's under old, if it's
Mhm.
something that we didn't discuss yet, it's under new.
So you have to ask her to stay until the end of the meeting?
Oh, you could.
She's been here all day.
You could also call her.
Or email.
Yeah.
Given the time, I think maybe if we put it on the agenda for next meeting, she
Mhm.
probably want to stay.
How does that sound if we put her on for next
Yeah.
meeting under new business or old business, or
Discuss
maybe even
some
a
of the
presentation, grants
old
presentation, which is
grants.
So
cover
it's
all?
prepared, yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
fair to Olivia.
Yeah.
No.
So you don't have to stick around.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstention.
We have one abstention, Councilman Locks. Motion passes. And communication C, we are holding, we're still working on that one. And that concludes the Finance Committee at 9:53.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Moving on to legislative matters, Councilman Vargo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The time is 9:53. Your Committee on Legislative Matters is now in session. First item is Communication C from this evening's agenda, an amendment to communication from Mayor Dorinda Boer regarding an amendment to Chapter 81, Article 8, Section 81.8A1 of the Code of the City of West Haven to increase building permit fees. This was originally under finance and we approved it for a public hearing, but during that process, we realized that it was an ordinance that we have to amend, so that changes the process a little bit. So I will be asking, for a public hearing and doing a first read on committee report outs. Next item is Communication O from Micah Jello, Deputy Corporation Counsel, regarding an amendment to Chapter 129, Sections 129-1 and 129-8, Blight Prevention Code for the City of West Haven. And for discussion purposes, I'm looking for a motion to approve. We will be needing a public hearing on this, so I will be asking for a decision. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Attorney Jello, how are you?
Good evening, how you doing?
Good.
We're looking to make an amendment to two sections of the Blight Prevention Ordinance. Section 129-1, the declaration policy. What we're looking to add there is just the language that said that this chapter also adopts and incorporates all of the provisions and powers found in Connecticut General Statutes 8-169AA and all other relevant state statutes. We're also looking to amend Section 129-8, penalties and offenses for enforcement, Section 3, by adding the language or the maximum amount allowed by state statute. The reason for this is that the state statutes have changed. We're looking to incorporate and bolster a little bit our current blight ordinance to kind of help with enforcement. This change to the statutes is not only with respect to residential property, it also now incorporates commercial property, which is good, and increases the fines from about $100 a day to about $1,000 for repeat offenders. So we want to incorporate and take advantage of that language also.
Are you basically future-proofing our ordinances, so that way if the state makes a change in
Exactly.
5 years or whatever, it's just.
We
it's
don't have to come
automatic?
back and keep amending our own, so we kind of make it a little bit more general to say we want to match the state statutes exactly, so we don't have to keep coming back.
Got it. Any questions from legislative matter members? Councilman Johnston.
Thank you, Chairman.
Hey, Mike, so, and I love hearing the, I love adding the zero. I believe that's gonna get things started because, yeah, I'll withhold comment on that one. In regards to blight itself, is this gonna go for all blight? So for example, because sometimes things get lost in translation, right? So does that include, like for example, tomorrow, we're supposed to get anywhere from 6 to 12 inches of snow. Does that blight include sidewalk removal, or is that a whole different entity?
I believe that may be a different entity. Blight
Okay.
typically is specific in the statute as to what constitutes blight as far as overgrown grass, overgrown
Okay.
trees, exterior items on residential and commercial
Okay.
properties that they could clean up. I don't think snow removal comes under that.
Okay, because I know there's been confusion over the years, so I figured I'd ask that question. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions from legislative matters members? Any questions from the council as a whole?
I have one.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you? I know it's getting late. So with the blight, because it's, in our district especially, it's been coming up many times. Is this gonna help us? I know you said enforce it, with the reoccurrence of, particular matters.
Yeah, there are certain people in town that have had repeat offenders, and I don't think that at $100 a day, apparently it doesn't get their attention. I think for repeat offenders to increase it to $1,000, that definitely will get their attention. That also results ultimately in a lien on their property. That lien could be foreclosed on. So, I mean, it is something that really makes it difficult to ignore at that point.
And who enforces that?
Zoning enforcement officer Lori Lopez
Okay.
from the town.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And
Thank
she's
you.
very good at her job.
Yeah, yes, she is. She sure is. Good news.
Are you all set,
Yes,
Councilman?
thank you very much.
Any other questions from the council? Yes, Mayor.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you, those are good questions on blight. This is part of a comprehensive approach towards blight, couple of things. Today, we appointed a blight hearing officer. So Lori is really great at identifying and providing, feedback to the businesses, and we're gonna fine you, but it doesn't have any teeth, right? There's no, there really is, she has the ability through her role to fine, but there is really no authority for any organization to enforce those fines. So in the past, it's been the police commission, which really they have a lot of things going on, right? And they don't meet as often. So we found out through the state statute, Lori actually found out, that I had the ability to appoint a hearing blight officer. So I did that today, and the reason you need to do that is because if you go to a business and you want to fine them, you need to give them the ability to appeal that and have recourse, right, in case they want to fight it. So now she hands them a piece of paper. There's no place for them to fight it, and it's really not, it's just not working. So now she will be able to hand it to him. You're being fined. You have the ability to appeal this. Here's your hearing officer, and here's how you do this. They could go appeal it. If it's upheld, then she could continue to fine and continue to fine. And then ultimately, if somebody does not adhere and comply with those fines, you could start to lien their property. We haven't been able to do that in the past. Ultimately, we would like to do this with WPCA fines as well with the same hearing officer. So we're working towards that goal as well. So actually, was a good appointment today. And we appointed Art Penna was the person that we appointed to be the hearing officer.
Any questions from the council? Okay, at this time, I'm asking Councilman Johnson to rescind his second. And who was the first, Stacy?
Johnstone was the first,
Oh, I was the
and
first, I'm
Locke was
sorry.
the second.
Councilman Locke, would you rescind your second?
Rescind the second.
And would you rescind your first? Thank you. And we'll be asking a report out for a public hearing to be set. And that concludes your business on legislative matters. The time is 10 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On to Personnel and Civil Service, Councilwoman Coletti.
Thank you, Chairman Pascal. Time is 10 o'clock on the dot, and the Committee on Personnel and Civil Service is in session. Members present are Councilpersons Locke, Vargo, Donovan, and Johnstone. There are no members absent. We have several communications before us tonight, and we will start with Communication E. From Mayor Borer regarding the appointment of Christian Sanchez of 541 Island Lane, West Haven, Connecticut, to the Fair Rent Commission. Mr. Sanchez's appointment will be for a term of 2 years, effective immediately, and will expire on February 12th, 2026. I'd like to entertain a motion to bring this out favorably.
Motion. Second.
Great. Any discussion? Councilman
Just as
Vargo.
a correction, thank you. Mr. Sanchez was here, but he had to leave. His name is spelled incorrectly on the communication. I don't know if it's on the resolution, but there's no H, so it's C-R-I-S.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Mayor Borer?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about the Fair Rent Commission because West Haven created a Fair Rent Commission about 30 years ago or so. We were actually ahead of our time in doing so. Mary Jane Morrissey, who was a councilwoman, created that, and it was up and running, but then through the years it became defunct and hasn't been active. Nobody's been appointed in probably over 15 years. But a law was passed July 1st that requires cities now to have a Fair Rent Commission. So we're ahead of our time putting one together, but it's become defunct, so now we are required to have one. So this is the beginning of those appointments. And Christian is a great appointment because he's bilingual and he's a paralegal, and there's a lot of legalities that you have to sort through on the Fair Rent Commission. So, great choice, I think.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Borer. Any other comments, questions? Okay, seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So motion passes, and we will move on to Communication F. Communication F from Mayor Durand de Boer regarding the appointment of Celia Pinsey of 5 Harding Street in West Haven to the Board of Health Commission. Ms. Pinsey's appointment will replace Kebby Waterfield and will be effective immediately and expire January 31st, 2029. I'd like to entertain a motion to bring this out favorably.
Motion. Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing, I'm sorry, Councilman Johnson.
No, for those of you who don't know her, I mean, that, it's a community staple, it's a no-brainer, so I commend the mayor on this pick, so that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask?
Councilman Callahan?
I just had a quick question. Are these, volunteer positions, or are they paid positions?
They're volunteer positions, as far as
Okay.
I know.
I'm just curious, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any,
Can I just,
Mayor Borer?
Yeah, no, I just want to add that, you know, if we learned one thing in recent years, if you don't have your health, right, you don't have anything. And this board is really critical, and it's really taken on. Councilwoman Tucker served on this board. Board of Education member Heather Shea, Kebby, but because now they're on the Board of Ed, we're trying not to have everybody serve on a couple of roles, right? So I've been asking folks as their term comes up to like maybe select one of priority role. So this is replacing her, but Celia's input is very valuable as a funeral director because there's a lot of information that she gains towards healthcare that can be used in the evaluation of healthcare in our city. So she's a great pick.
Thank you. Great. Any other thoughts? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Move on to Communication G from Mayor Durand de Boer regarding the appointment of Erin Sherman, spelling corrected, of 265 Richmond Avenue, West Haven, to the Board of Health Commission. I think that should say Miss Sherman's appointment will replace Heather Shea and will be effective immediately and expire on January 31st, 2028. I'd like to entertain a motion to bring this out favorably.
So moved.
Second.
Very good. Any discussion? Mayor Bohr?
I just feel like now I have to say something about everything because they'll be watching and saying, "Why didn't you talk about me?" Erin Sherman, she's actually an APRN in our city, and it's great to have this perspective on our Board of Health. And she's a younger member of our community who's willing to step up, and we encourage our younger generation to be a part of this. So, good pick. They're my picks, so I keep saying good pick.
You did a good job.
I don't know what else to say.
Thank you for that. Any other thoughts or comments? Seeing none, I'd like, I'm sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Move on to communication H from Mayor Dorinda Borer regarding the appointment of Rich Tracy of 85 Honey Pot Road, West Haven, to the Ethics Commission. Mr. Tracy's appointment will replace Christopher Vargo Jr. and will be effective immediately and expire January 31st, 2026. I'd like to entertain a motion to bring this out favorably.
Motion.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman
I
Bargo.
just want to say he's going to have some mighty shoes to fill.
Yes, Mayor Borer.
Yes, yes,
Thank you.
that is true, because both you and Councilman Pascal really built this Ethics Commission. Rich Tracy is somebody who was involved years ago. He was a commissioner, he was on the Housing Authority, Zoning Board of Appeals, and I asked him if he would get back involved, and he's gonna build on the work that's already been implemented, and I look forward to having him on the commission.
Thank you for that. Councilman Johnstone.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that, another solid pick. I've gotten to know Mr. Tracy very well over the years, being my constituent. And his wife has also worked with my wife in the school system. And if there's one solid piece of reputation that Mr. Tracy has, is he is a realist, he's a straight shooter, and I've seen him in action. He will do the right thing, so that's all I will say.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Can I make a comment in between?
Sure.
Okay. I know we're kind of running through these and welcoming all comments, just so everyone knows, everyone on the committee, including myself, goes through the full packet that's submitted, including the due diligence, and every packet is available online for public viewing, which includes the resume of the candidate, as well as the ethics form fully completed, and a voter registration card. So, thank you. We'll move on to communication I. From Mayor Dorinda Borer regarding the appointment of Tracy Mooney of 8 Hazel Street in West Haven to the Ethics Commission. Ms. Mooney's appointment will replace Nicholas Pascal and will be effective immediately and will expire on January 31st, 2026. I'd like to entertain a motion to bring this out favorably.
Motion.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Councilman Vargo.
Just looking at her credentials and speaking to her briefly, this is a tremendous pick. I think that she is well versed in everything that is needed on the Board of Ethics, and I fully support it. Just a quick point for the record, because it was asked of me by two different folks. The Code of Ethics does not allow anybody to serve on the board and simultaneously on another committee or another board. Chairman Pascal and I did resign from the Board of Ethics effective the day before our inauguration. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Borer.
So they did the ethical thing. But again, I want to thank Councilman Pascal for all his work he did, and just this is a good time to just mention that last week we had mandatory ethics training for all of our employees in City Hall and beyond, and we used the Code of Ethics to create that training. We had the state ethics agency come down, and they used the Code of Ethics that the two of you, along with the rest of your members of your committee, developed, and they worked through that to work with our employees, so thank you. And, and Tracy's just a great pick. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Move on to Communication J from Mayor Duran DeBoer regarding the appointment of Killian Gruber of 158 Bull Hill Lane, West Haven, Connecticut, to the Fair Rent Commission. Mr. Gruber's appointment will be for a term of 2 years, effective immediately, and will expire February 12th, 2026. I'd like to entertain a motion to bring this out favorably.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Mayor Boer.
Yes, so, for those of you who may be familiar with Killian, he worked, he was he was an intern that started at UNH in Mayor Rossi's administration, and he actually received a lot of constituent issues around fair rent, so he actually volunteered to be a part of this commission. He is a renter, and part of the Fair Commission, you have to have 2 renters, 2 landlords, 7, and then 3 neither. So he fits the renter criteria, and he's a good, very fair, I think he'll be a very fair member of the commission.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, for final communication, K, from Mayor Duran DeBoer regarding the creation of a full-time position for city project manager with a salary range of $75,000 to $90,000. I'd like to bring this out favorably. Do I hear?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, second. Any discussion?
No, no, go ahead.
Councilman Bardo.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Again, I just want to confirm, this is being funded through unused line items in that department's budget, correct? And so that there's not going to be additional burdens to the taxpayer. Does this position require a city vehicle? Do you know?
No.
No, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. To your point, Councilman Vargo, I believe the initial funding is coming from last budget that was passed. There was an allocation, a one-time allocation for an economic development consultant of $100,000, which was not utilized. So that would be utilized initially, and then it would move on to a budgeted salary position. Is that correct? Mayor Boer?
Yes, I think, I don't know if, some of the council members that were here on the prior council, but there was $100,000 that was put into a line item to help augment economic development. But without an economic development director, there was really nobody to steer the ship to spend that money appropriately to help with economic development. So after we created the economic development position, as you saw from a lot of the discussion this evening, you really need a project manager to move those projects along. Somebody who says, okay, now we need the deep permit, now it needs to go to the legal department, now it needs to go to the finance department. What are we doing with public relations around this? Where, oh, we had a hiccup, how do we resolve this? Somebody who just connects the dots and is like the hub for the project and takes the lead and moves it along. So, sorely needed.
Thank you. And Councilman Vargo?
I just want to see how badly needed this position is. Mayor, you need somebody that you can just go to and say, where are we on this? What are the hiccups? And then have that person deal with 100 different people. I think that this is critical. It should have been done a while ago. 100% in favor of it.
I just want to add too, the comments are fantastic because I would imagine at the end of the day, there's probably some silos here, and if you hire a good PM, they could probably make these projects happen. So I just made some recommendations for the job description, and I put experience using project management platforms, and then I put PMP certification preferred. Those are things you might want to look for. And then the big thing is the intermediate or advanced proficiency, I can't talk, utilizing Microsoft Office applications. I could send these to you
Yeah, no, that'd be great.
if you're going to tee up a PM to manage this stuff.
Thank you, Councilman Locks. I believe there is one line item in there on the job description for construction
Yeah, there is.
management
Yeah.
software knowledge.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Councilman Johnstone?
Yeah, just to I agree with everything that's been said. Just to put a different spin on it for the people sitting at home or who are gonna read about it in the coming days, I know the question's gonna be asked, well, why are we, it's costing us more money. Here is the reality of the situation. If you look over the years of how many projects have stalled, how many projects have been delayed, as we've just learned with Mr. Carney with the ARPA update recently, when those things happen, it costs us more money. So by appointing and filling this position, in the long run, we are investing as a municipality in our own funds for the future in all those delay costs. So that is why this position is so important. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Johnstone. To your point, Mr. Carney is essentially the project manager of all of those 30 ARPA projects, and I think we've already seen firsthand how Mayor Borer has gotten into that middle ground of project management and in her efforts to execute, and it's very important to empower her to get back up to that 30,000-foot view, so that she can also look forward to the future, while there is accountability and again, moving these projects forward. I did have a question that came up, Mayor Borer, the salary comparison. Do you mind if elaborating on your thoughts?
So the salary came from, remember in one of the prior meetings I talked about, we got a grant from SCROG for somebody, his name is Dale Krupp. He's a former economic development director from Hamden, and he is actually helping out as we grow this economic development department. He did a salary study across the state. It's still on the low side, but we had that $100,000 that was put into that line item. So it was difficult for me to ask the council to go over that 100,000 given our situation. I certainly would be able to recruit a quality candidate if it was over what I'm asking for. It would be great to increase a lot of the salaries across the city because I'm having difficulty finding qualified candidates in a lot of the positions that I'm recruiting for. The feedback is your salary is just not high enough because other cities are recruiting. So this was a starting point. I don't know what the challenges will be when we go out there. I think it's still a little low. So yeah, if you can make it higher, that would be great too. Because we really need professionals. We have to stop bringing in, they're great people who are coming on board and who are interested in working for the city. But some of the candidates I've been interviewing just are not super dynamic and what we really need to take us to the next level. And we really need to think differently.
Agreed, and during our discussion, it did come up, and it was the general consensus that anecdotally and comparatively to independent studies, it was a little bit on the low side. However, I'm not sure that there's a mechanism now, but if it's a challenge, I think again there is a consensus that this city needs this, City Hall needs this, you need this as quickly as possible. So if it becomes difficult to find a candidate, would be open to further discussion on salary. Any other thoughts?
We should be able to increase that right now in our committee and bring it out, I believe. I can make a motion to increase that to the 100,000 that we already okayed.
Within the committee, someone would need to amend the motion and say what they're amending.
Right? Okay, so are we, the committee in agreement with 100 or?
Do the range.
75 to 100.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
I personally speaking, I would be in favor because my first thought was that this was a low range to get somebody as qualified as I believe you are looking for. So I would be willing to certainly entertain more, but I think what I would be looking for is a plan from you, Mayor, and Mr. Taylor, because we have $100,000 set aside that's not used. If we need to go above that, do we have funds available that is not going to add to the budget, for at least for this year?
That can come out of contingency come April. We can start tapping into contingency come April. And a reminder, this is a union position that has steps, right? So, we need to look at the steps of the classification of the position, and use that range. So if you wanted to say not to exceed a certain dollar amount, then I could fit this position into the class that exists in the union contract. And you want to have a little wiggle room in that range. So yes, we would be able to take money out in April out of contingency. There's 100,000 there. If you wanted to go above 100, what's this month, February? It's gonna be a while.
But you won't need it, right? Because that's gonna get us until the end of this fiscal year in June 30th, right?
Well, 100,000 can get us to the end of the year. If we wanted to go above that, I'm not sure what the motion is. The motion go above 100 or bring it to 100?
Well, right now, it would be up to 100.
Okay.
We can amend that if there's any difficulty at that time. You can always come back and ask us to amend that maybe.
So the only reason I made it, listen, I would love it to be 100. The only reason I made it a little less than 100, even though we have 100 budgeted there, is because whoever we hired, we're gonna have to have health benefits. We're gonna have a whole compensation package. So I needed to have a little cushion in there, because we're gonna need to pay for that.
Well, up to 100,000, well, that would be, you can always add it up to 100,000, which would include medical. 'Cause that.
But then again, you don't know, we might hire somebody who doesn't need the medical, right? So, I think if you say up to 100, then David and I can use our best discretion to figure out how we don't go over budget.
Maybe we should just leave it as is right now, but I'm open with the
If I may.
committee.
Okay. I would say, put it to 100, because it could be negotiated, right? And our goal is to attract people, and like the mayor just said, the clock is ticking, and other people are fighting over these positions. So if I'm somebody on the outside and I see that 100,000 sitting there, and I see another comparison, I'm more inclined to actually try, say, you know what? I'm going to submit an application to West Haven. Let's see what happens and where it takes me. Because the worst we can say to an applicant is no, right? But our problem has been the competition to get the applicants in. Right now, we're just so low on the pay scale on a lot of these important positions, we're just not attracting anything. So if my opinion means anything, I say you put the 100,000, it could be negotiated, and that allows the mayor and David Taylor to start working their magic.
100,000 based on experience?
And, right, that's where the negotiations come in. Because like the mayor said, you may have someone that doesn't need health insurance. You may have someone that doesn't need X, Y, and Z, and that's where those negotiations can take place. But I think if you put the 100,000, it is so appealing off the get-go, you might find, we might pull a rabbit out of a hat. It's worth a shot, and that's all I'll say on that.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. Councilman
All right,
Donovan.
so, Madam Chairman, I would like to make a motion to change communication K, the salary range going from 75,000 to 90,000, and change it to 75,000 to 100,000.
There a second?
Second.
Do we need any discussion on that, or we had it?
Well, I just want to make one little caveat that you're making this to 100,000, but don't get in the weeds with we're purse strings. She'll be doing her job. You know, all we're just doing is the $100,000 when you're talking about things like qualifications and stuff like that. That's up to the mayor to decide, and that's what we're giving her the leeway to do, right? Okay. Thank you.
So that was a motion to amend by Donovan, seconded by Johnstone. We're gonna need, to vote on that, and then we'll go back to the other one and withdraw that.
Okay, all in favor? Oh,
I just
sorry,
have one question.
Councilman.
Is that enough? When your research, I know it's an unfair question, but in your research, you said that you had a range in mind, and then you went under that, and this seems light. We wanna put you in a good position where you can negotiate with somebody that's qualified, because this is really what's going to push projects forward, possibly start bringing in revenue to the city. So in my view, this is one of the most important jobs that you're gonna do.
I would say, I think I could get somebody for 100,000, maybe 110, but, you know, the next council meeting's 2 weeks from now, right?
Right.
I'm gonna put this out there like all the other positions I've put out there, and I'm gonna see who applies, right? And if I can't get anybody, like I can't get an engineer, like I can't get a superintendent, or like I can't get a grants director, there's a lot of positions that are, I'm surprised we're not getting the applicants, but the only thing I can think of is it's the salary. So I would say we say 100, and then, I'll come back to you and say, I didn't get any applicants. You know, this is a problem, we really need this position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes to modify communication K. Okay.
And we'll have, Donegan and Barbo take back their original motion to approve the original amount.
All right, so was I the second?
You were you made the motion.
I made the motion.
I rescind my second.
I rescind my motion.
Okay. So we just have another vote?
No,
That's it.
that's it.
Oh, we're good.
Yep, we're good.
Fantastic. With that, your Committee on Personnel and Civil Services is now closed at 10:27 PM.
Thank you, Councilwoman Colette.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are moving on to Public Lands, Councilman Donovan.
Okay, well, at least it's still today. The time is now 10:27. Your Committee on Public Lands is now in session. Members present are Councilman Locke, Councilwoman Callahan, Councilwoman Coletti, Councilman Johnstone, and myself acting as chair. We have before us tonight Communication D from Paul Dorsey, Corporation Counsel, regarding a request of Christopher Adorno, Adorno Enterprise LLC, for permission to have the decorative concrete blocks remain upon the City of West Haven's private right-of-way located over his property at 1921 Maple Road. I'd like to bring this out favorably.
Motion.
Second, anybody for second?
Second.
Second. Discussion? Mr. Dorsey, at that point, I guess we can ask you questions. I have a couple questions.
Sure.
So, just, and again, so the public understands, the right-of-way we're talking about, it's a dead-end street. The gentleman built I'm assuming a gentleman, sorry, didn't know it could have been a woman.
Christopher.
But, I'm assuming that he built a beautiful house. I actually went there when I got this communication. I went there, I looked at it, took my pictures, and it's not really impeding anything whatsoever, because the only thing, he put in a brand new driveway, brand new sidewalk, and I believe he put new sidewalks in for the people next to him and the
Correct.
house after, beyond as well, so I'm not 100% sure. Put up that retaining wall all along the side, and then he put the decorative, looks beautiful, he really did a nice job over there. The only thing behind that is another house, and there's a driveway right behind that wall that goes up. So there's really no place for a sidewalk, you know, people can walk like a normal sidewalk. If this was in the middle of a block, obviously we would have issues, but it's not impeding on any right-of-way. He's basically asking us for, forgiveness permission maybe, or whatever?
It's a matter of form, Councilman, you're absolutely correct. It's an inchoate right-of-way, meaning that it's not used If it was ever to be used, if the city needed access, if the neighborhood changed and there was more development and the sidewalk was to go in, it can certainly, the city's certainly not giving up its right of way, but it's not being used right now. Excuse me. So Abdul, actually, I spoke with Abdul, and he said it's better to have those stones there than not to have them, actually, but it's a technicality because it does impede on this inchoate right of way. So it's a matter of form that he applies to the council for. The right to leave the stones, not to leave them there permanently.
Right.
If the city would ever need to access its right of way, it certainly can.
Now, in this agreement here, there'll be an understanding that the homeowner is liable and responsible for maintaining anything like that. If the car hits it, it's not gonna come back on us.
Absolutely not. It's
Right.
more than an understanding. It's a resolution. He's responsible.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the committee on that?
Thank you, Chairman. Paul, just something that just kind of struck my brain, I don't know how in the late hour, but, just thinking about problems in West Haven, is there any cause for concern from any neighbors that we are aware of that this would alter any type of drainage situation? Where some snow melts, it refreezes, I mean, people have kind of taken matters into their own hands over the years, where all of a sudden neighbors are complaining that drain pipes are changed and this person built this fence and now it's altered. I'm just curious.
If that would happen, then the city would claim its right of way.
Okay,
and
that's what I
take
need to
down
know.
the stones. But in Abdul's opinion, the stones are actually good there. They actually help the situation, a kind of a retaining wall. That's what he explained to me.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're dotting the i's and crossing the t's.
Absolutely, yeah. The city will maintain its right of way, absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you,
Anything
Chairman.
else?
Yep. Anybody else have any?
Sir,
Just if you had to qualify the risk to the city, high, medium, low.
there's no risk for the
No.
city. We have absolute right to the right of way.
Perfect.
What's that? Anybody else? Yes, Councilman?
Mr. Chairman, this is in my district, so Chairman Donovan and I have been in touch, and we have to, just to look at this. My only comments, I'm gonna be in favor of this when it comes out to the whole council, but I just wanna make clear that I think that we should be clear that we're not setting a precedent here, that this is specific to this property owner because of his specific situation, and I don't think that we should be entertaining making a habit of giving forgiveness rather than permission.
Absolutely agree.
And I don't think that was intentional at all. I think it just happened and oops, we did this and whatever. But so I am in favor of it, but this is specific to this gentleman's property.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, it's a case-by-case basis, and they shouldn't be taken lightly. But as Abdul explained to me thoroughly, this is a matter of form. It's not impinging on our right of way at all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So moved. Next, we have communication, let's put my eyes on, it helps. Communication, M, from Mike Agello, Deputy Corporate Counsel, regarding utility easement in favor of the UI, United Illuminating Company at city-owned property known as Kimberly Avenue Rear. Mike, can you, I need a motion to approve right now.
Motion.
Second?
Second.
Now we're open for discussion on this. Go ahead, you wanna?
There's
give
actually
some
two
feedback
easements
first?
down, they're kind of similar, but we could take the first one on Kimberly
Yeah, we'll do
Avenue
first.
rear, that's the leaf compost landfill. That's kind of, you could see it off at 91 when you're driving up. What the utility company has reached out to us for is a temporary easement for that particular location. I believe what they want to do is, right now, they have poles that straddle both sides of a railroad. Now they're looking to just put them on one side. That's pretty much it. That's the temporary easement, just to accomplish that particular goal. Then there was the second one too, but I don't know if you want to take them individually.
We're gonna do that one separate, 'cause
Yep.
we have some questions on the first one.
Sure, that's fine.
I know,
I do, also incidentally, I do have Attorney Bridget D'Angelo from Carmody and Torrance. She represents the UI company. She's here to answer any questions that may come up also.
Perfect, thank you very much for attending. You can actually stand up there, because I'm sure some of these will go to both of you. I was gonna ask a question, but Councilman Johnstone actually was the one that brought it up. Did you wanna talk about that?
Go right ahead,
Daniel?
Chairman,
Okay.
you have the floor.
I read somewhere that it's 33,000 and change per year
Correct,
for 3 years?
correct,
Okay, and then after that, that goes away and you guys are done with that area?
correct.
You won't need to go back in there for that, correct?
That's right.
All right. Stay up there because we got the second one we're gonna have.
Absolutely. Make it worth my while.
The second one will be worth your while, you sitting here for 6 hours.
Can I ask a question on the first one, or
Yes.
we're gonna go back?
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
no,
very much
yeah, the
else.
whole council at this point, yeah, absolutely, we're not gonna, so.
Thank you for staying at this late hour, much
Of course,
appreciated.
not happy to be here, thanks for having me.
So my question was, this is for the railroad, for the what do you call it, the wires to build the over, is that what
Catenary,
the
yep.
easement's for?
This is an access easement
Okay.
to access our facilities in the CDOT right of way.
Okay, and then, as far as, liabilities, if it's an easement, if something was if there was like an accident, how does that work with the liability end? Is it us, cause it's city, giving them access, or you're responsible?
So I provided language to the Corporation Council, indemnification language, where UI would be indemnifying the city for any, acts or anything that would happen to third parties or anything like that to prevent any liability that would occur.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Is that, anybody else? Yes?
Just a quick
Councilwoman?
question, thank you.
Sure.
Maybe I missed it. Can you briefly outline the insurance requirements? Is there any environmental requirements, or is that covered under the overall indemnification?
So the approval for this project was from the Connecticut Siting Council. With respect to insurance, we are willing to list the city as an additional insured, which was notified to the Corporation Council prior to this meeting. So hopefully that answers your inquiry.
Sure, and that's just on a general liability policy. Is there anything environmentally specific to any construction or anything that you would use this as a staging for, essentially for construction? Is that what the purpose is?
So
Or
we're
just
on the access, this is just access.
This is just
Just
access.
access to
Okay.
our site that's in the
That's it.
CDOT right of way.
Got it,
The existing
okay,
stuff.
thank you.
Exactly.
It's existing material that they already have there. There's nothing being put there.
Got it, okay, thank you.
We would be using the site to get to the CDOT right of way is where we would be doing our work, which is off your property.
Got
So
it.
we would just be using the city's property to get to the CDOT right of way.
Thank you, and this is for a 3-year period?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Vargo?
This temporary easement's for a period of 3 years, but it does include 2 6-month renewal options at UI's request and discretion, correct?
Correct.
And so the 33,000, is that gonna be prorated, if we go past 36 months, if it's only 40 months, it's gonna be prorated up to the 40th month?
My understanding of how the, funding works, if we were to exercise our, the right to extend the agreement would be, in that documentation. Obviously the funding amount would be the same, but my understanding is that yes, the compensation would follow with that period of time. I mean, I believe it's exercised in, 1-year increments, so it would follow that we would have to pay the whole 33,000 for that extension for that year.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the council? Oh, Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. Mike, this is a question for you. So let's be real, it's a business deal, right? Do we have anything to compare this to?
So we, is it a question for you?
Go ahead.
Okay, all right.
Sure,
So
both
we,
of you.
and you can certainly follow. I was just gonna briefly mention that
So with respect to, you know, what we're offering, we've hired a Connecticut licensed appraiser to provide us with benchmark appraisals, and that's how our calculations for the $33,075 amount was created. So it took into account this easement and the rights that are being required, and so that's how that amount was derived, which, you know, the 33 times 3 and then plus extensions is a pretty considerable sum for that time period where we're just accessing the property via, you know, the right of ways.
I don't know if we have a lot of information within the Corporation Counsel's office regarding other easements and what they've been paid. I tend to think that these typically are unique situations depending upon how they're, you know, this is just a right-of-way that they're gonna cross over the property versus actually being there to physically do something. We did talk about it in the Corporation Counsel's office with respect to, was it kind of a fair number? We went through Public Works with it, and it seemed to be a pretty fair number to us.
That's all I got. Thanks, Chairman.
Anybody else? Seeing no more discussion, all in favor, the committee now, all in favor? Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. We need a public hearing. I need to withdraw the second, who was the second? I need you to withdraw your second, please, and the initial. At this point, Chairman, I would like to have a public hearing on February 26th,
6:45.
6:45. 6:45? Well, we have other ones?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, shoot.
Many.
All right.
Several.
At 6:45, okay. Next, we have communication N from Mike Agello, Deputy Corporate Counsel regarding a utility easement in favor of the UI company at city-owned property known as 33 College Street. I'd like to bring this out favorably. Can I get a motion for that?
Motion?
Anybody? Go on. Second?
Second.
Open for discussions. You guys are up again. All right, so on this one, I read about the 33,000. This one here, I didn't see anything in the proposal. I saw in an email, but I didn't read anything in the easement proposal about any monetary that we got, that I received, that
Okay.
the council received. Is there monetary?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
$55,635.
Annually?
No, one time payment.
One-time payment, and this is for permanent easement.
Correct. Permanent with temporary workspace area.
Okay. And how did that come out as be calculated? Listen, I'm appreciative we're getting money, right? I get that. It just seems odd you're gonna be willing to pay almost $100,000 for
Thank you.
3 years, temporary, and then a permanent one, a little less. I just didn't know.
And I can let me speak to that. So
Yes,
the
please.
size of the area
Yep.
is a major component of how the appraisal is calculated.
Oh, okay.
And so the size of the area here is only 0.344 acres.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's a very, you know, discrete area that doesn't disturb the surrounding property. And then, you know, the temporary workspace area is 0.2 acres, and that, you know, goes away, you know, in the future. So ultimately, what you're left with is a much smaller footprint of an easement area than the one that we were just discussing.
Okay, because I see, because this is the map I got, that we got, and even with my glasses, I'm like, that ain't helping. So that was the reason why I was asking that. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna open it up to committee first, and the whole council. Anybody got questions? Yes, Councilman Johnson.
Chairman Donovan. So, I have concerns based on, trying to figure out a way to put this. My concern is, you look at over our history, right? We're supposed to look at history so we don't repeat our mistakes. I have found, being on this council for a short time, we constantly hear, well, we always did business this way, and then it comes back to bite us in the rear end. So my overall concern is, technology changes over time, projects change over time. We're gonna make this deal of a one-time payment, and then the UI company kind of has us by the throat down the road because it was a done deal, we signed it, and there's nothing we could do about it. And on top of that, I'm also looking at this from a public works point of view because it's right in the hub of our garage, and I know there has to be notification. I think it said 3 days somewhere in here.
Yes.
Even still, we're understaffed, and even if there's 3 days notice, things happen all the time. I don't feel like, personally, I would like to see something annually that can be negotiated because we're adding a curveball that we really don't deal with a lot. And this is just me speaking personally, but when I look at the potential to open up the first one and we're getting 33,000 annually, and this is a one-time deal, I have concerns based on a constituent point of view of are we making a bad deal in the long haul. So that I'm just voicing my opinion. I'm not blaming you, young lady. I'm just saying, just kind of open it up for discussion here. Of those are my concerns. So I'm done talking. Thank you, Chairman.
I think though that in addition to the money though too, we are benefiting from the updates and the improved structure that they're putting there. It reduces the amount of power outages that are there, increases, I think, the productivity of UI. So the citizens of West Haven in the particular area are benefiting with more reliable electrical usage from that area with this particular project, in addition to the money.
Right, and I'll speak to, this is a project that's going over 25 miles of Metro North. And so this is gonna be approximately 500 new galvanized transmission poles in the midst of this whole, the overall project I'm referring to now. So this is just one pole in our overall approximately 500 installation project, which, our goal is to enhance the structural integrity, the reliability of the high voltage transmission lines, which would really allow us to have safe, reliable electric service to all of our customers for years to come. So that's really going to benefit the city of West Haven and the constituents and promote, reliable electric service, which is, what our business is and what we're here to do.
Anybody else? Councilman Vargo? He had his hand first.
Chairman, I'm sorry, I don't remember your last name.
D'Angelo.
D'Angelo. Thank you, Attorney D'Angelo. I think a bunch of the questions that Attorney Agello asked you came from me. I annoyed him over the weekend because this particular property in this whole area is in my district, and I'm not sure if you're aware of the site, but
Yes.
even though our DPW hub is there and there's one or two other businesses there, largely it's a residential neighborhood. So my concerns are a couple of things. One is some of the questions that I had asked that you were able to answer for me, and I thank you for that, regarding specifically the indemnification, the removal of debris. This particular easement is not, in my opinion, as detailed as the Kimberly Avenue easement, whereas this one says that it is UI's option to remove the debris, but it's not required to, and I understand from your communication that UI will take on that responsibility. Is this easement going to be amended before it gets approved to include what you had represented in the email earlier today?
Yes,
Okay.
it absolutely will be amended to include the indemnification language and include the obligation to remove all debris at our expense.
Okay, great, thank you. And then what I'm concerned about is what kind of work is actually going to be done on this site? Again, this is a residential neighborhood. I understand that UI has to give DPW 36 hours notice, but are we looking at possibly emergency crew work that has to be done in the area if there's a storm? Is there going to be trucks and construction work at 2:30 in the morning next to someone's house?
No, absolutely not. So, and we had discussions with the Public Works Director and obviously the Corporation Counsel's office about, the nature of our use here. We actually want to partner with the city and figure out what timing works best, what days of the week are best and what hours within those days are best. Some, of our landowners will say, come at night because our restaurant is closed. And so, that's the best window of time to do your work. And so we really work with the, partners that we have here to install these transmission lines, in such a way that it's not interfering with the use. And obviously, if the salt facility was being used, we certainly wouldn't be out there because the weather conditions would be, not consistent with installing the, above ground facilities. So hopefully, let me know if that answers your.
It does to the sense that that UI is going to work to not interfere with city operations, but I'm also concerned about the fact that there's houses in the vicinity of that area. I assume that because we have ordinances on noise, pollution and stuff, you can't do construction work at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right, and we absolutely wouldn't. When I say night, I mean 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, evening hours where folks are home, but it's not gonna be in the middle of the night or anything like that. But again, we will take feedback from the city on what works best because there's preparations that need to be made anyway for our work. That's why we're giving the 3 days, at least 3 days notice. But in reality, when we coordinate, it probably will be even more than 3 days in terms of talking and planning and figuring out what the best timing is. So we really, like I said, want to work together with the city so we can put up this facility, and then hopefully the goal is we don't need to only do an annual inspection of the facility. That would be typical. We wouldn't, once the facility is there, it just gets inspected. There's no other additional work.
Are you aware of the timeline to get that facility fully constructed and operational?
So that's a construction question, in terms of the timing. I mean, I believe that, they'd like to install it as soon as possible, the construction, team. In terms of, are you asking how long it takes to build the pole?
Well, I guess my question is, can the residents in that area, can they expect to have construction in their backyard for a period of 2 months, 4 months, a year?
It
Somewhere in
certainly
between.
wouldn't take a year. I think once the poles are ready to go to be installed, it's not that lengthy of a time frame. I would have to kind of talk with the team at UI to figure out exactly, what that time frame looks like, but it's definitely, less than 6 months, for example.
Okay.
Like, it's not a years and years and years time frame. Once they
So by
get
the end
in
of
there.
summer?
Right, once they get in there and install it, it's there. And then, like I said, just annual, just to make sure that, there's nothing that needs to be updated or repaired on the actual, pole.
And do you have any idea of what the residents can expect from additional traffic to the site? Are we talking a fleet of construction trucks? Are we talking, poles? Any idea what they can expect in the area?
So it would be.
I know I'm asking a really technical question about what they're doing.
Right, yes, you are. So, I would say that it's, the trucks that, hold the galvanized poles, have to obviously drive there with the poles, so they can install them. So you would expect that truck to, be there at least once, to install the pole. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a huge traffic generator or anything like that. It's really just getting the materials to where they need to be, and then erecting the pole, and then, like I said, after that point, once it's already installed, it's an annual, in perpetuity annual inspection that we would just, go out there, someone from UI, and inspect it annually. So it's really
I got
low
it.
impact once it's installed.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm all set. Thank you.
Chairwoman?
Just a quick question. So the first one down at Kimberly Avenue is just a 3-year lease, and this other one on Collis is lifetime. What differentiates those two? Like, in other words, why do you need lifetime access to one and only 3 years to the other?
Because Kimberly Ave is access only, and so we're just accessing our CDOT corridor through that site. The other easement here, we're actually putting up a galvanized pole for the transmission line for the project. So
Okay,
that's the
I guess I
distinction between the
understand.
two. In order to have our pole there, we have to have rights to have it there. Because
and
if
to
it was
maintain
only
it.
temporary and it expired, and our pole is still there, we wouldn't be able to maintain it. And it would be there without, without our ability to maintain it, and we need to be able to maintain it to provide quality service to the state of Connecticut. and the New
Right, so the
England.
difference is the one on Kimberly Avenue isn't the same, it's not another pole and you don't need access to it.
That's just really their ability to walk across our property to get to their property on the other side.
Gotcha.
To construct something.
Yeah.
Once that particular item is constructed, they don't need to walk across our property anymore to get there.
Because it doesn't need to be maintained like this pole.
Well, at least they can have access through another way.
Gotcha.
Other than
Okay,
our
that
property.
clarifies
So
it.
they only
Thank
need to
you.
walk across our
Yeah.
property for 3 years, and then they don't need to walk across our
Gotcha,
property.
gotcha, that clarifies it, thank you.
Anybody else? Chairman?
Yes, just one quick question. I don't see the $55,000 amount in the easement, and should I?
I don't believe the actual amounts are contained in the easement. The
In the
notice
easement
is not contained in the easement either. That's dealt with outside of the actual easement itself.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
It only, I understand what you were saying, because it's in the the Kimberly Avenue one. It's in that one, 33,000 annually.
It is in the other one. I mean, we're happy to add it to this,
No, as long as
permanent
it's there,
easement
listen.
if that's desirable.
I don't know about anybody else. I trust these two, and if something goes wrong, I'm gonna be the one yelling at them too. And
You know where to
Mike knows
find
it.
me.
I know where they work, so.
It should be documented in here.
But it should be definitely documented,
Okay.
I think, in there for the record. So,
That's fair.
that's, Councilman
Yeah,
Fox? I'll get to you.
just
in a
another
sec.
question on the terms and conditions. On AEN-1211, I think that's your contract number, and it's on the UI letterhead. It says, "Nothing in this letter will amend the easement, and this letter will not be recorded in the West Haven land records by either party. The rights and obligations contained herein are contractual nature and will not run with the land." So I want to know what that cliche means, run with the land, but the city agrees not to assert any claims to terminate, modify, or otherwise change the easement or a portion of the easement by virtue of this letter. I guess my question is, when it comes to the property there and the easement, suppose, I don't know, we want to pave the parking lot, or we want to modify that property or do something. Is there anything in here that impedes us from doing anything to the property once we sign off on this document? Like, if we want to make a change there to the property?
Well, what we're doing is we're granting an easement, which is a property right to them. So we could do whatever we want on our property.
Okay.
But we have to allow them, obviously, the access to get to their
Sure.
equipment that's being installed there.
Okay.
But I mean, the rest of the property, we could do whatever we want with.
Okay.
And the agreement, the letter agreement really outlines, this is the notice really provision. They're gonna give us the 3 days notice. Also that they're not really gonna do anything to interfere with our use of that particular property, especially in times of a snowstorm or something when we need to get to the salt shed more frequently or 24 hours a day. We're not gonna be interfered with. They're not gonna interfere with our use of that property at all.
Listen, I don't know the property that well. Say we want to modify the salt shed. Maybe we want to move the salt shed. I'm assuming there's really no risk to the city in
Correct.
terms of that property when it comes to granting them the easement.
No.
There's no risk.
The only inconvenience would be if they have to move equipment, that's why we have
Okay.
the notice.
Okay.
So our guys would have to, equipment's in the way. You know,
Okay.
Gosh golly, the UI is coming today. All right, move the equipment.
Okay.
It's an inconvenience.
Yep.
you know.
Okay. Thank you. Yep.
Just one quick question to your point, is there a contract that runs alongside of this easement that outlines the compensation or rights or obligations, or it's just held within the easement itself?
It's in the easement itself and with a separate letter agreement.
Separate letter agreement?
Yeah, which is what I believe just referred to.
Thank you.
So, anybody else? Okay, with that, I think Councilwoman Coletti, can you take back your second?
I take back my second.
And Councilwoman takes it first, and I am requesting a public hearing for this matter on the February 26th at 4:46, no. 4:50.
No, it's
6:40.
I mean, 6:40. Let's do 4:50. We'll go to recess for 2 hours.
Oh, Jesus.
6:50? Okay, 6:40.
6:40.
6:40.
And that's in the
The 26th, yep.
The time is 11 o'clock, good lord. And the Committee on Public Lands is now closed.
Thank you,
Thank you.
attorneys.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you very much.
All right, we will reconvene to the whole council at 11 o'clock. I said it.
Getting close.
Moving on to
I said
unfinished
11.
business, seeing as
And I
there
changed it to
is none, we will move on to committee reports, and will the clerk read Communication A, overpayment of refunds, into the record, Madam Clerk?
Communication A from the tax collector regarding overpayment refunds for January 2024, which will be filed with tonight's minutes.
Thank you. On to committee reports.
Anybody who wants me to read the resolutions, if you have still no voice, I'll do them, it's fine.
You don't mind,
I
that's
don't
great.
mind.
Sorry.
All right,
No.
Finance Committee's first, Chairman Akbarali.
Okay. Communication B, to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, whom was referred the matter of the animal shelter donations, reports that the committee met on the 12th day of February 2024 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved that the West Haven Police Department has received the following donations totaling $658.31 for the animal shelter. Per Connecticut General Statute 7-148C, 3A and B, and General Order 98-04, we are forwarding these donations for approval. The City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the animal shelter donations to be deposited into the animal shelter donations account number 1-0100000-28285 in the amount of Patricia N. Fusco for $200, Angela Russo for $100, William Spargo $100, Lorraine M. Amarin for $100, and First Congregational Church for $158.31, totaling $658.31.
And Chairman, you so move?
So moved.
You so move, okay. I have a motion to approve a matter regarding animal shelter donations. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Really? None? Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Yep.
Okay, let me just find the other one. Hang on. Yeah. To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the acceptance of a $2 million grant from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection for upgrades to pump station location at East Avenue and Dawson Avenue. Reports that the committee met on the 12th day of February 2024 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved that the City of West Haven may enter into and deliver to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection any and all documents which it seems necessary and appropriate for a grant of $2 million to complete aesthetic upgrades at East Avenue and Dawson Avenue locations, and also to include bathroom renovations at one of the pump stations located at East Avenue and Dawson. Further resolved that Dorinda Boer, as mayor of the City of West Haven, is authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents on behalf of the City of West Haven, and to do so and perform all acts and things which she deems necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents, including but not limited to executing and delivering all agreements and documents contemplated by such documents.
And Chairwoman, you so move?
So moved.
All right. I have a motion to approve a matter regarding the acceptance of a $2 million grant from the DEEP. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Communication C is held, Mr. Chairman.
Communication C was held, and that is it for the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Stacy. Appreciate it.
On to legislative matters. Councilman Bargo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Committee on Legislative Matters, to whom was referred the matter of an amendment to Chapter 81, Article 8, Section 81.8A1 of the Code of the City of West Haven for an increase to the building department fee schedule. At this time, I would like to have the first reading of the amended ordinance.
All right, for Communication C, we will give you a time on the next meeting on 2/26/24 of
6:55, and I need to have the first reading, Mr. Chairman. Section A, no permit shall be issued, nor shall any amendment to a permit be approved until the fee or additional fee, as the case may be, shall have been paid. The fees for permits include the mandated state of Connecticut ODEM education fee and shall be as follows. 1, building, parentheses, including plumbing, electrical, mechanical, or demolition, close parentheses, permit $25 per thousand or fraction thereof of the value of the work.
And so we'll set that public hearing for February 26th at 6:55.
6:55, Communication C.
Thank you.
Oh,
Mr. Chairman, your Committee on Legislative Matters, to whom was referred the matter of an amendment to Chapter 129, Blight Prevention, Section 129-1, Declaration of Policy, and Section 129-8A3, Penalties for Offenses, Enforcement of the Code of City of West Haven. And I would like to request a public hearing on February 26, 2024 at 6:50, and I would like to have the first read.
Go for it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This one's longer. This chapter is authorized pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 7-148C 7HXV. It is hereby found and declared that there exists within the city a large number of real properties which are vacant and or in blighted condition, and that the existence of the vacant and or blighted properties contributes to the decline of neighborhoods. It is further found that the existence of such properties adversely affects the economic well-being of the city and is inimical to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of the city. It is further found that many of such properties can be rehabilitated, reconstructed, demolished, and or reused so as to provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing and ancillary commercial facilities, and that the rehabilitation, reconstruction, and demolition and or reuse would eliminate, remedy, and prevent the adverse conditions described above. New section is, this chapter also adopts and incorporates all of the provisions and powers found in Connecticut General Statutes 8-169, small a, and any other relevant state statute. That's for Chapter 129-1, Declaration of Policy. The amendment to Chapter 129-8, Penalties for Offenses and Enforcement. Section A, Penalties. 1, each violation of this chapter shall be considered a separate offense. 2, each day any violation continues shall constitute a separate offense. 3, each separate offense under this chapter shall be punishable by a civil penalty of $100 at new language per day, or the maximum amount allowed by state statutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that concludes legislative matters, yes. And moving on to Personnel and Civil Service, Councilwoman Coletti.
Communication E to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Personnel and Civil Service, to whom was referred the matter of appointment of Christian Sanchez, 541 Island Lane, West Haven, Connecticut, to the Fair Rent Commission. Reports that the committee met on the 12th day of February 2024 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolve the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the appointment of Christian Sanchez, 541 Island Lane, West Haven, Connecticut, 06516 to the Fair Rent Commission. Mr. Sanchez's appointment will be for a term of 2 years, effective immediately, and expire on February 12th, 2026. And I so move.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve a matter regarding the appointment of Christian without an H Sanchez to the Fair Rent Commission. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Communication F to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Personnel and Civil Service, to whom was referred the matter of the appointment of Celia Pinsey of 5 Harding Street, West Haven, Connecticut, 06516 to the Board of Health Commission. Reports that the committee met on the 12th day of February 2024 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. The City, resolve the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the appointment of Celia Pinsey of 5 Harding Street, West Haven, Connecticut, 06516 to the Board of Health Commission. Ms. Pinsey's appointment will replace Kebby Waterfield and will take effect immediately. Take effective immediately and expire on January 31st, 2029. And I so move.
Thank you very much. I have a motion to approve a matter regarding the appointment of Celia Pinsey to the Board of Health Commission. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you. Communication G to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Personnel and Civil Service, to whom was referred the matter of appointment of Erin Sherman, 265 Richmond Avenue, West Haven, Connecticut, 06516, to the Board of Health Commission. Reports that the committee met on the 12th day of February 2024 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the appointment of Erin Sherman, 265 Richmond Avenue, West Haven, Connecticut, 06516, to the Board of Health Commission. Ms. Sherman's appointment will replace Heather Shea and will take effect immediately and expire on January 31st, 2028, and I so move.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve a matter regarding the appointment of Erin Sherman to the Board of Health Commission. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Okay, Communication H to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Personnel and Civil Service, to whom was referred the matter of the appointment of Richard Tracy, 85 Honeypot Road, West Haven, Connecticut, 06516, to the Ethics Commission. Reports that the committee met on the 12th day of February 2024 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the appointment of Richard Tracy, 85 Honeypot Road, West Haven, Connecticut, 06516, to the Ethics Commission. Mr. Tracy's appointment will replace Christopher Vargo Jr. and will take effect immediately and expire on January 31st, 2026, and I so move.
Thank you very much. I have a motion to approve a matter regarding the appointment of Richard Tracy to the Ethics Commission to fill big shoes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you. Communication I to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Personnel and Civil Service, to whom is referred the matter of the appointment of Tracy Mooney of 8 Hazel Street in West Haven, Connecticut, 06516, to the Ethics Commission. Reports that the committee met on the 12th day of February 2024 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the appointment of Tracy Mooney, 8 Hazel Street, West Haven, Connecticut, 06516, to the Ethics Commission. Ms. Mooney's appointment will replace Mr. Nicholas Pascal and will take effect immediately and expire on January 31st, 2026, and I so move.
Thank you very much. I have a motion to approve a matter regarding the appointment of Tracy Mooney to the Ethics Commission to fill smaller shoes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Still big shoes, don't
Any discussion? Other than that? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Okay, we're almost there. Communication J to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Personnel and Civil Service, to whom was referred the matter of the appointment of Killian Gruber of 158 Bull Hill Lane, West Haven, Connecticut, 06516, to the Fair Rent Commission. Reports that the committee met on the 12th day of February 2024 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the appointment of Killian Gruber of 158 Bull Hill Lane in West Haven, Connecticut, 06516, to the Fair Rent Commission. Mr. Gruber's appointment will be for a term of 2 years, will take effect immediately and expire on February 12th, 2026, and I so move.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve a matter regarding the appointment of Killian Gruber to the Fair Rent Commission. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
And last but not least, Communication K to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Personnel and Civil Service, to whom was referred the matter of creation of a full-time position for City Project Manager position. Reports that the committee met on the 12th day of February 2024 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Whereas in accordance with her plan to improve upon the City of West Haven's functional operations, Mayor Dorinda Boer recognizes the need to fill critical voids within the Economic Development Department. Therefore, Mayor Dorinda Boer desires the creation of a new position titled City Project Manager with a salary of $75,000 and $90,000.
No.
As amended.
Amended. 75,000 to 100,000. Thank you. Whereas Mayor Dorinda Boer also desires to address the needs of the community, especially as it pertains to effectively managing the retention and attraction of businesses, incentive programs, redevelopment activities, and implementation of economic development goals for the City of West Haven. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby gives approval for the creation of the City Project Manager position. Be it further resolved that the City Council of the City of West Haven shall take up the matter of approving and funding the salary of the City Project Manager at a future date, and so I move.
Thank you very much. I have a motion to approve a matter regarding the creation of a full-time position for a city project manager as amended. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? None? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. And that concludes your business. On to public lands. Councilman Donovan?
Thank you, Chairman. Tonight we have Communication D to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven. Your Committee on Public Lands, to whom was referred the matter of the request of Christopher Adorno Enterprise LLC for permission to have the decorative concrete blocks remain upon the City of West Haven's private right-of-way located over his property at 19 and 21 Maple Road. Reports that the committee met on the 12th day of February 2024 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Whereas Christopher Adorno, owner of the property located at 19 and 21 Maple Road, West Haven, has recently completed new residential construction upon the property, and whereas in so completing the construction, decorative concrete stonework was placed along the driveway for aesthetic purposes that may potentially partially obstruct or impede a right-of-way belonging to the City of West Haven, and whereas in the opinion of the city engineer, that any necessary removal of the placed concrete stone for access to the city's right-of-way would not be overly burdensome or time-consuming. Now therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby gives approval to allow the placed concrete stonework to remain in place upon the condition that should the City of West Haven require access of its right-of-way so obstructed or impeded by the placed concrete stone, that the property owner shall remain solely responsible for its removal and replacement, including all costs associated therewith. So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve a matter regarding a request of Christopher Adorno from Adorno Enterprise LLC for permission to have the decorative concrete blocks remain upon the City of West Haven's private right-of-way.
Motion.
Second. Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
I'm done.
Well, we're gonna just do a recap. We're having a, communication and public hearing will be set for February 26th at 6:45. And, communication and public hearing will be set for February 26th at 6:40.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that concludes,
I forgot about that.
sorry, our committee reports. Action on ordinances previously presented. Seeing as there is none. Council liaison reports. Anybody?
No, I was pleased to hear Ken Carney say that the money is gonna be going forward for the library.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Anything else? Mr.
Liaison from-
McMillan?
Thank you, Chairman, Board of Ed, liaison here. There were 3 schools of distinction here in the city of West Haven. It was McCrill, Forest, and Seth Haley. So we just want to make sure we congratulate those teachers, the principal, superintendent for that.
I do have something.
Absolutely. Councilwoman Garthwaite.
I always forget to add this. It's the 3rd Saturday, and every 3rd Saturday we have a bottle and can sort at the West Haven Animal Shelter. Anybody who likes to get dirty and, help out a good cause, come on down to the shelter and sort out your bottles and cans so that they can go down to the redemption center. And that's all I got. Thank
Every
you.
3rd Saturday?
Yes, every 3rd Saturday, 9 to 12. You won't see me there until it's warm weather, just saying.
That's fair. Any other liaisons? Okay. Seeing as there is nothing else, any new business today? All right. Seeing as there's no new business, I think as a council, we just want to have the people of West Haven give their thoughts to the public works people that are going to be out tonight and our emergency personnel. Since we do have a storm coming, let's make sure that they're in our thoughts and they stay safe. Councilman Johnston.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
reminder to all here, everybody you know, that the parking ban will go into effect. So please remind your constituents, remind your family members, because the tow trucks will be out. So we have to clear the roads, and it is what it is. But people should know by now, so hopefully it's not as much as an issue as it was the last 2 storms. So.
Agreed.
I was gonna say, is it odd reason?
Yes, yep. unless posted on both.
Any other new business? Seeing as there is none, motion to adjourn? Motion. Second? Any discussion? Probably not, all in favor? Any opposed? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.